What's up, y'all? Happy now. Now's the vibrate. You already know. Matter of fact, about to play this little track for y'all. Little track I just, matter of fact, shout out to my ass Bandito for allowing for me to be on the track. Man, yeah, did a fire little track. Matter of fact, he ate that mug. He killed that. Matter of fact, shout out to my brethren. We'll end up putting that up some more. But his name Jazz Bandito on IG. JAZZBANDITO. And then also you could search him on YouTube as well, because he also has a YouTube channel where he got his videos up and everything too. What's up, y'all? I ain't seeing nobody pop up. Let's see. What's up, y'all? What's up? Don't let this play for last. Thanks, Nar. That play for yes, Lord. Come in, y'all. Yes, Lord. If you just open your mind, look all these words we can find. Move you divine over time. Yeah, don't forget to like. If you just open your mind, look all these words we can find. Move you divine over time. Any and all donations, greatly appreciated. Okay, wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. I said I wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. Okay. This energy, synonymous with divinity. Problems keep coming and going infinity. Come let us grow to some synergy. Come on, let's go for a ride. I promise you ain't been this high. This is a peak you can't climb. All of the dreams on my mind, acquired them all over time. We pray for nickels and dimes. Now I got house by the pound. I became whole over time. Love's off yourself in your mind. Like, how's the audio? Y'all hearing the song pretty good? Damn, all of these days, we've been holding on to the weight. Like, damn, hold on, wait. Okay, look, remember when I was in last and they never mind, but bitch, it's too bad, cause I'm in my bag, yo, hold my line, so now I'm at, go ass in behind, hold on my draws, it ain't bragging, I ain't lying, am I on a high horse, heaven knows, Lord knows that I know I never motherfucking mind, how in the hell they fall off from behind, you too caught up in a space where there's not enough grace over time, you do the math, add up them bags, be sure to subtract, all the bullshitting from fags, so you can see with whom you equally match, as a matter of fact, although we just matter in mass, I know in the back of my mind, I'm blessed to be fielding these questions from those that's been seeking the answers, that's doubting these prophets, that's preaching for profit and spewing false knowledge like it's not a problem and they shouldn't stop. It was factually true. Man, come on, stop. If you just open your mind, look all these worlds we can find. Move you divine over time. What's up, y'all? Okay, if you just open your mind, look all these worlds we can find. Move you divine over time. Okay, wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. I said I wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. Okay. Life is what you make it. Sometimes you gotta sit and strip the subconscious naked. Like I love manifesting, but can I get out this matrix? Seems complicated, but it's really simple and basic. Get inside the now moment like a searching seizure. Now is the vibrate. I say, I imagination, create my destination. Main occupation is mastering transformation. Thinking source for the skills that was latent. Don't be overthinking as the portal shrinking. Big booty with her eye winking. Tootie taught me the facts of life. Vesica Pisces, sacred geometries. Bounce music, booty bouncing. Indigenous vibe and hood life creating spiritual synergy. We design our own destiny. Jazz B, I trust that they hearing me. That's why you only need one eye to see. Like 2001 Space Odyssey. Like my name was Stanley Kubrick, filming my own movie, infinitely moving. If you just open your mind, look all these worlds we can find. Move you divine over time. Okay, if you just open your mind, look all these worlds we can find. We'll be divine over time. Okay, wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. I said I wonder why they testing me.
Yeah, my brother ran that, bro. He killed that. He killed this shit.
Okay. Speaking of minds, worlds, and divine over time, I am grateful for the growth of my universal shine. And how motivate help me expand my universal mind. Oh, my kundalini rising up my spine. The energy is inside of me, and I'm the creator. No one else to blame. And I accept full accountability for everything I do. For now, it's all in my name. It's right now. Now is the vibrate.
Alright, what's up, y'all? A little track again. Those of y'all just coming in as a track with me and my brethren, Jazz Bandito. Y'all can find him on Instagram and on YouTube. JAZZ Bandito, BANDITO. What's up with y'all though? How y'all doing today? What's up? What's up? Dr. Cortez, Wes Combs, Jenny Harrow, Lesbian Feet. Ah, that's a funny. Cause I think about little jokes we were running, shit like that. Like, what? Oh, lesbian feet, boy. That's another thing too, bro. Like, and realizing this too, like, the aspect of joking and not being so uptight and offended about things. Matter of fact, shout out to Dave Chappelle for bringing that up, man. You know, like we should be able to joke about anything. You know what I'm saying? Whether there's a black, white joke, whatever, you know. Because again, we shouldn't be identifying solely with these things. You know, you're not a lesbian. You are a source on the experience that may be lesbian. You know, or you're not, you know, necessarily just a black person. You're on a experience where, you know, you're playing a black person or you're playing a white person or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it's deeper. But I digress. What's up, y'all? What's up? How y'all doing today? Matter of fact, on some 3D foolishness, I saw something about they wanting to do masks, like where you got to be wearing a mask to go into businesses and stuff like that. You know, again, just perpetuating the fear more and more. And also, you know, I ain't with that, again, because there are certain aspects of the civil rights movement and the way they were doing things that were a part of the establishment. Again, the whole reason why Martin Luther King was allowed to march, because he was marching to bring people into the deep state. It wasn't necessarily to make people independent, but it was more so to make them along with the government. Same thing, like in essence of like the programming of Black Panther, like where, you know, the CIA agent that they was working with or whatever from America was like, oh man, we're gonna have to, you know, we're gonna have to connect, and we're gonna be, we could use some of this Wakanda technology in America, this and that. You know what I'm saying? But where was I? I forgot that fast. What's up, Arthur Foster? What's up? What's up? Again, make sure y'all, you know, if anything I'm talking on, y'all have questions, you know, please feel free to put the questions in the comment box. And of course, I'm gonna make this more and more official podcast by adding phone calls and stuff to it. But you know, it's like that vibe where you gotta start somewhere. Tyler 96, what's up? Matter of fact, and for those of y'all who follow me on IG, y'all saw me post lately about the show, the Midnight Gospel. But if you're not on that, y'all might want to check out the Midnight Gospel. It's part of the creators of Adventure Time, but that's a fire little show to check out that you might want to check out. Definitely. Oh, come on, you gotta do better than that. Do I support Trump? I I support. I support. What do I support? I support anything that's about truth. So be real with you though, like I vibe with Donald Trump on some vibes when he do be keeping it real about shit. Like he be saying shit that sound outlandish and dumb, but it really be like some real shit. On some other. Cause again, bro, we gotta remember this all a game. As a matter of fact, speaking of Midnight Gospel, one of the episodes they had that on there where it was like one of the episodes they went into a soul jail and basically the brethren kept like reincarnate. It is a whole. You just gotta check it out. But anyway, like one of the jokes they was making was like you know, some of us down here treating this shit like a real thing. It's like he was basically like it's like hustling in World of Warcraft. It's like it's like here it is, you play the game, but then you sit down and trying to fucking do your taxes in the game. And not saying like us doing our taxes and stuff like that. That's a part of playing the game. But in other words, like you're treating it like super serious, like what I'm saying, like when it's a whole game, what I'm saying. You're supposed to be playing the game and you over here hustling in World of Warcraft. But yeah, even without shrooms, the Midnight Gospel, that's what make it so dope is that it displays like the way things unfold to us during a trip. You know what I'm saying? Like that show does that without you taking the psychedelics. I, it, I don't know how to explain. It's hard to put into words if you get what I'm saying. But, oh, and that's why I was going with the civil rights shit. This shit just popped back up. As a matter of fact, again, like I always say, if you're in the vibration of I don't have an answer to my question, or are you in the vibration of I'm looking for something, then you won't find it or you won't get the answer when you're in that vibration. So if I'd have still been like, man, what was I trying to think about in that civil rights, I'm gonna never find the answer, to what I was thinking. But since I fell back and just started talking, it just popped right back in. And the reason why I brought that up was again, like with the aspect of no mass, no service, and it's like, I don't know, picket signing boycotting, but it's like, just remembering to spend our funds. This is a great moment to realize that we want to spend funds with people who are going to be moving into the future and who going to be beneficial to the future, whether it's somebody who providing a certain service, goods, food, whatever, what I'm saying, like us supporting, again, those who are bringing something into the paradigm shift, like the businesses and things that are in alignment with the paradigm shift that we're making of being balanced and realizing to be whole, you know what I'm saying, and not be polarized, and like again, just like with me with the crystals, like realizing, well, more so, I always knew I wanted to, again, do some type of podcast or something like that, but I felt the vibe like, damn, all right, this paradigm shift and shit really shifting. So I want to, speak on, because again, I'm like, I'm about to go in on my growth, and I want to talk about it while I do it. Hence why I always gave the disclaimers, like I'm not a formal version of a teacher, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not, you know, a formal version of a lecturer in that sense of it, you know what I'm saying? And of course, working to, to get better, to be able to present lectures and stuff like that. But still, just presenting it in the best form of fashion. But yeah, like the aspect of boycotting, that's why I was going to bring it up, like boycotting these businesses that's like, oh, you need to wear a mask or whatever. And matter of fact, I gotta keep it real, because I was on some old fucking, like, which Chipotle not completely unhealthy like that, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I could always do better. But I just wanted me a little rice bowl. I'm like, ooh, that Chipotle. And then too, like how all those businesses work, they flood the little vents for that shit to come out, so you're smelling the shit. And I'm like, bro, I could show you some little black beans and brown rice and a little veggies. Went up in there, and then it's like, oh, excuse me, sir, you gotta have a mask on. Cause y'all gonna see that on my YouTube too, where I had a little rant by the door. I'm like, bro, fuck this shit, man, cause I couldn't get my Chipotle. But fuck you. And these times too, again, like always remembering, like to not forget that, like not getting to the version of like getting mad at nobody, or like, I mean, in a sense, like it's all right for us to get angry, but in the sense of like, oh, it's their fault or this and that, you know what I'm saying? Like they just workers following the protocol, you know. I was just more so ranting on the whole situation of the situation, because back to how it's like, again, the fear mongering aspect. Like, oh, if you're not, you know, scared like I am or taking the same precautions as I am, then you're the problem. Even though you may have read the book Psychomancy and know that diseases start from within, and although you may know about Dr. Sebi and that viruses and cancer can be healed, you know what I'm saying? It's like shit crazy, but hey, I know y'all laughing at me, man. I had a little Chipotle vibe. I'm like, had the vibe to, you know. Naga, you might want to go watch my YouTube channel. You must be new, Naga 913. You must be new to the channel. First of all, let me say welcome. Peace. Now it's the vibe break. No, I do not support vaccines, bro. Oh, that's a good question, Josh. Ooh, good question, Josh. Like, me personally, again, I don't get too caught up in the astrological aspect. Well, I gotta put this out. I don't smoke that much no more. I like to get my little lift off. Get that vibe. Well, no, I do want to hit it a few more times. But anyway, like, so with astrology, so what's been coming up a lot lately is this Hebrew vibe and the energy of Lemuria, you know. Now, and as I say this, it's not for us to get caught up in the ego narrative or the identifying narrative of I'm a Hebrew or I'm this or I'm that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not about the identity aspect of it, you know. And these stories do have truth to it in many different aspects. Cause I even laugh, like again, I keep it real. Like the Bible actually got stories like, and that's the thing too. You got to be real honest. Like the Bible, even though what's tight about this realm, like you know, this reality is that even though the Bible again was used to kind of like throw shit off and confuse a little bit, they actually have stories that are at face value. Like I think about if you read like any of like the Exodus, like basically when Moses taking the Hebrews from out of the Pharaoh's grasp, so to speak. Like all that bitching and complaining. Like again, of course, it's written in a Shakespearean, you know, type of words. So of course, it don't sound like the average person complaining. But like when you read the 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 dialogue between Moses and him leading the Hebrews out, they fucking like, well, you know, you say you got to play almost like how they ridicule, like again, like the storyline how they ridicule Jesus is like, you know, oh, you say you connected to God, then why are we out here? Like, why you got us out here in the wilderness? You know what I'm saying? Why you got us out here? You know what I'm saying? Starving. What a plan at? Show us God. This and that. And that's the same exact thing with people like those of us who spread the truth and have this information to help people, but then they just always trying to find the you know a way not to believe it. Well, if it's this, then what about, you know what I'm saying? And that's modern day shit, you know what I'm saying? Go read Exodus. Like, go read that shit. That shit sound just like, you know, just like, matter of fact, the Nagas are, are niggas complaining. Sound like, and, and, and again, uh, not making this a certain race or again like a certain identity, because I feel like again everything is an energetic expression. No matter what somebody's skin color may be, it's all about the energy they're giving off. You know what I'm saying? Are you vibing with what's going? Like are you vibing with the paradigm shift? Are you are you staying? Are you in the old paradigm? That's the shift. Hence why some of us, again, show you how much it don't deal with color. How many of you be like, oh man, once I had my spiritual growth, I barely could even deal with my family. Isn't your family the same color as you, most likely? Unless you adopted or something, but like, so you've seen it firsthand that this is more of an energetic thing, you know what I'm saying? It just so happened that, you know, melanin happens to have like more of a connection to the energies that move through this universe. But just like with anything, you know what I'm saying? A person could have the wettest jump shot, you know, out of everybody in the school, but if he don't, try out for the basketball team or even know how wet his shot is, or you know what I'm saying, then that wet shot don't matter. It don't matter how good that person could shoot the ball if they not, knowing their skill set. And as I speak on that, that make me bring up Black Knight, Black Knight, Black Lightning. Think about Black Knight, Martin Lawrence, which that movie had a little sauce in it too. Shout out to, I know that was like, I'm pretty sure on Martin Lawrence's list, that was probably like his all-time low, maybe, that movie. But it still has some sauce in it. Even down to him using the word more to, uh, they was calling him a Moor, like instead of a black dude, it's like, you Moor? But they was using it in a derogatory sense. But anyway, in Black Lightning, spoiler alert if you haven't watched it, Black Lightning's daughter, Thunder, basically her nickname is Harriet, because she want to, help people out. She want to lead people to freedom, you know what I'm saying? Again, this dovetailing off of the Moses vibe too, you know, want to take people to the promised land, lead them to freedom. And like and to show you how these people who write these stories know what the fuck is up. You know what I'm saying? Cause and this could go both ways. You know, you could say that the universe could possibly gave them the download to put this in the movie without them researching it. But the aspect where Harriet Tubman, so on Underground Railroad, to get to freedom, you know, sometimes, you know, you had to be quiet. You know what I'm saying? And when they was taking their little routes, man, sometimes they had babies and children with them. A baby start crying, you had to knock your baby out or your child out. You know what I'm saying? Facts. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you had to knock your child out. However you had to do that to make sure everybody don't get caught. You know what I'm saying? And they had that in Black Lightning where they was walking and the ASA, like the CDC and like the government or whatever with the whole, because again, the Black Lightning fucking narrative paralleling damn near exactly what's going on. Of course, they shifting a few narratives around to confuse you, you know what I'm saying? But for the most part, you know what I'm saying, it's like what's popping off right now. But anyway, uh they and two, to also remember that when we talk about like helping the children, or like, you know, it's about the future, it's about when we talking about the children, it's more so just people that have like a young consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Cause to be real with you, these children about to come out more adept than some of us are. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's more so the like, say for instance, again, like the people who are barely getting or just kind of getting into it, and they not naturally, like, you know, like they haven't been through the dark night or so, you know, but they kind of open to, you know, learning something, you know, like those are like the children, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the kids, you know. And on the other aspect, the work that we lay down now moment, you know what I'm saying, and going into the, you know, future, simultaneous, again, it's simultaneous right now, but you know what I mean? Like, we're paving the way for those children, like, again, like souls coming into a baby bodysuit, you know what I'm saying? We're paving the way for them to come into a reality where they're not treated fucking like they crazy, you know what I'm saying? Like they outcasts, you know what I'm saying? Because their psychic ability is going to be stronger, you know, all these different things. That's why they made the movies Children of the Corn, to try to scare you away. I mean, they do this again throughout multiple movies, you know. I think about one movie where they had this little, it was this little white girl. She was like extremely psychic and could, no, she was like kinetic. She could move shit, and they was just scared of her. You know what I'm saying? Like, and treated her like a monster. But then a psychiatrist came in and didn't treat her like a monster, and you know, and she showed to be calm. You know what I'm saying? But like, but they was creating again that fear mongering aspect towards, because again, the movie not saying, hey, everybody be scared of people with kinetic abilities and psychic abilities and be scared of X-Men, but the symbology of what's going on in these movies say, hey, we should be, you know what I'm saying, like on Black Lightning, you know, we should hate the meta-humans, you know what I'm saying, like they call them meta-humans, like metaphysical, you know what I'm saying, like we should hate the meta-humans and stuff like this, you know. Like, that's, again, like that's the whole narrative. But yeah, just that aspect on Black Lightning where she had to so a dude was talking a lot, you know, like, oh man, where we going, isn't it? And again, that remind me of the Bible aspect too, like with the Moses aspect, like, well, where we going, what and she just had to like pop, just knock him out, like, bro, be quiet, cause two, she told him like three times, like, bro, they got noise sensors, bro, they gonna hear us all, bro, they got noise sensors, they gonna hear, boop, like, you know what I'm saying. And even thinking about that aspect too on our spiritual growth, you know what I'm saying? Like if 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 our spiritual growth mimics, that aspect of like, you know, let's say talking loud while we trying to move quietly on the underground railroad, you talking loud, you know what I'm saying? Like you might get knocked out by source energy, you know what I'm saying? In that same type of manner. You know what I'm saying? In and in essence, again having to be knocked out for a second for your greater good, you know what I'm saying? On some other shit. But yeah, and then also again like with the Hebrew vibe, let's see, is it I know it's in the cabin. The Hebrew letters, in connection with 22 Hebrew letters, is 3 mother letters, 7 double letters, and 12 single letters. And basically, they go to represent or create like the cube. I don't know if with the four, so say for instance, like the 3 letters create the 3 dimensions. So say for instance, this basically, even though you see 6 points, it's basically 3 lines. It's one line up and down, one line across, you know, and another line across, and basically 3 dimensions, 3D experience, or quote unquote being in a box, you know what I'm saying, or being hexed. Because a hex is, people talk about putting a hex on somebody, again, like a 6-sided, you know, cube being in a box. And when you open up this box, it'll also look like a cross or a crucifix or a hex or like death. You know what I'm saying? And in essence, like spirit dying by coming in the physical, but not necessarily. Again, it's just a heavy experience that allows for us to, again, like that's where the amnesia come in. Because if we, like, we wouldn't go through our experience if we didn't have, some form of amnesia, of like, of not remembering everything or not knowing everything. Because if we knew and was everything, there would be no experience, you know what I'm saying? And again, everybody on different levels of their growth of, you know, dealing with this experience, and whether they want to transition to a different dimension, different plane of existence, or reincarnate in this one. But yeah, that Hebrew. But I'm gonna say this. It's gonna be a whole another video. I ain't gonna get into that. This may be a Patreon vibe. What else we got? Matter of fact, let's see. But yeah, but let me go back to that part though. I forgot. Let me not leave off of that just yet. Reason why I was bringing up that aspect was, I see why people may use Western astrology more because of like the aspect and the connection with the Hebrew letters, and the Hebrew letters could create this box. So you know what I'm saying, and so it basically breaks down to the aspect of the 7 chakras, in the sense of like, so you got 6 6 little endpoints. Put it a little closer. 6 endpoints to each direction, and again there's the middle point, which is the 7th point. In the middle point you could also see like the heart chakra, and why again in a lot of my videos and things I say like the heart chakra is like the 0 point. That I feel like that's where again, like the middle of our Taurus field, as much as, again, some people may say the pineal is the quote unquote seat of the soul. I feel like, it's more so the heart chakra, but that's just me and my own inner gnosis, though. Again, like, because they got books that say pineal gland is the seat of the soul, but again, from my own experience, you know, I feel it's in the heart area, and also just making sense of like to our Taurus field, and like the heart is kind of somewhat in the middle, you know what I'm saying? Like not completely, but in the sense of our body proportion. But yeah, you get the 7 chakras and the 7 planets, and then you get the 12 zodiac signs as well. So, and two, this is why also why tarot cards is so, effective. Because again, tarot cards, Hebrew letters, the Kabbalah and the Tree of Life, that's all correlate. Another thing, again, astrology, you know what I'm saying? Because again, different tarot cards resonate with a certain Hebrew letter and resonate with a certain, astrological sign. So I would say that people may not, you know, go into the 13th sign astrology because of the aspect it doesn't correlate smoothly with, with other corresponding sciences, let's just say. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the science of the Kabbalah, you know what I'm saying? Or the clip off, which is again like the flip side of the tree of life, and that's the aspect where they add da'ath to it, and da'ath is like the knowledge and the wisdom. But yeah, it correlates, it corresponds with a lot of things compared to the 13 astrology, where you do 13 signs and it don't, it kind of, again, because say for instance, when you're dealing with tarot cards, there's no Ophiuchus card. And again, we got to be open to, to learning any and all things, and be open to information changing. You know, who's to say that, things may not change to 13 sign astrology, you know what I'm saying? Or that, that's what it should have been and people just didn't know, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, but, but again, like from my experience and what my inner source tells me, that hey, like, and also like Hebrew, also to look at Hebrew language like a code language. Anybody familiar with doing computer programming, and you deal with like C++, you know what I'm saying, or JavaScript or whatever type of programming you're writing, like Hebrew letters are like that basically. They're like a programming language in essence, you know. And again, when you're writing a program to a matrix and you put things in a box, because that basically was like what a matrix statement was in computer science. I forgot what it was to do, but like it used to be. Let's see. You had your little brackets. Damn, I forgot. I ain't saw a program in so long. I read a book, but but I know I probably did it wrong. But like, say for instance, like writing programming, like you would have to, like, you would be, again, like, programming is basically like you writing the program that actually creates whatever, the game or the software, whatever it is, like what makes computer, what allows for us to interface with computers is the software, you know what I'm saying? And the software it exists because somebody sat there and put a programming language together to say, hey, when player one, you know, which connected to socket circuit number one on the game console, you know, the that player when they press square and X, it's gonna make character such and such do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, but somebody got to write that out in command form. But you know, again, like a matrix. You know, again, like being in the little brackets. You know, and again, this is like a loose translation of it, but matter of fact, in the Hebrew, let's see, and two, that goes back to the Ashkenazi Jews are the ones, you know, who claim to be original Jews. Because again, there is an aspect where there is uh, a truth to, again, like the if if somebody was Hebrew, it would be, you know, most of the melanated people in America, what we call America right now. You know what I'm saying? But like I always say, you know, with any parts of our growth, you know, for us to not over identify with any aspect of, you know, so like having an understanding of what you know, again, like your history, because again, like if I don't know that, you know, yesterday I fell for the joke of somebody putting a banana peel by the door, then I'm gonna walk outside the next day and see the banana peel and walk on it and slip again, you know, and then the next day do the same thing because I don't have a memory of, you know, the past. And that's not for us to hold on to the past either, because again, it's like healing from the past to create our future. You know, we knew not to do a certain thing on our bike because last time we did it, we flipped over and scraped our knee, or you know, bust our head or some shit. You know what I'm saying? So we learned from that past experience, but without letting it cripple us or be scared to get on the bike again, or you know, whatever. You know, but again, having that awareness, and that's what I was gonna say too, and that goes back to the connection with the black box vibe. You know, but I digress. I know y'all up in here running it. Yeah, Gematria. Yeah, Gematria, man, that's like the sauce of everything, you know, like breaking everything down back to numbers, because that's what it all goes back to. It's just numbers and the expression of, you know, the energy of a number, you know, from the 0 point to the one, and the zero, one, the zero and the one had sex, you know, like but what I was gonna say, because honestly though, that's the channels like that be deep. Like anybody who like heavy, like where they do the gematria of like everything that go down. And I used to follow a channel like that where like they anything that go down like in the sense of like again like COVID transitioning, or the day they open up, again the day they choose to open up, let's say for example the day they choose to open up the businesses and shit or whatever, say open up, but like that day I have a significance, and then you know a person could look up and see what else is tied to that day, and then look at the name of the person who tied to that day, and then their name will break down correlated to you know this energy, you know, like it's all you know manipulation of the numbers, you know, and trying to manipulate the algorithm, you know, in the sense of like that's what again, the antagonist in this realm is trying to do. Oh yeah, Josh, with the we say people with the 12 and the 13. Yeah, like again, like from what I seen, I see why the 12 is, is used, you know. And then again, you got people on the astronomy aspect, and and that's a cool aspect too, to to deal with when we speak on astronomy and stuff too, because it's like, all right, we say that, you know, hey, and I just say we say, but from the universal laws of it, our inner universe reflects outwardly, and simultaneously we experience our external realm. But if everything is a projection, again, like everything is a projection from out of my eyes, then the constellation, and again, we talk about going in and not out. We always talk about like how, the talks are like, oh, we going to this planet and we going to that planet and this and that. How again, everything is about trying to go outward, but yet they haven't discovered the depths of the ocean and went inward to see, what I'm saying, what's going on within. But what I'm getting into is, again, like if it starts within, then wouldn't that mean that, again, it's about, like how I brought up, say for instance, the astrology of my mom. So like however the constellations was lined up inside of my mom, in essence, that when I was born dictating, that aspect. But more so, again, it's the what we see externally is a collective reflection. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, like collectively we all reflect this as a reality, and again, it's a reflection, meaning it have to come from within. So the whole aspect of with it being, again, something external, like how does that correlate with with our experience, hence the aspect of, because again, the zodiac signs exist within us. You know what I'm saying? The feet is the Pisces, the head is Aries. You know what I'm saying? The shins, shin, calf, Aquarius, knees, Capricorn, thighs, Sagittarius, genital area, Scorpio, like the hips, and probably the kidneys, Libra, balance. Again, everything is a story of energetic expression, and the 12 zodiac signs again are like just the 12 archetypical energies that are expressed within this within this reality. Yeah. Oh, again, if you didn't hear it too, again, which I don't know, you probably say? Sorry. Yeah. Again, uh, with the aspect of what I was bringing up with the Hebrew letters and things of that nature was how the again like everything correlates more with again like the archetypical systems of hence why Carl Jung's work also is again so on point because it's connected with the Gnostic scripture, which breaks down a lot of archetypical energies and basically like our soul psychology in that sense. But again, I just feel like more people correlate with it due to the corresponding aspect. Like it smoothly corresponds with everything, you know, without having to do, you know. But again, I'm not yay or nay on any. Like I tell people, hey, my side real astrology, my sun sign is Sagittarius, Western Capricorn. You know what I'm saying? Like, matter of fact, and as we talking about all this shit, matter of fact, let's take a little break, water break. Let me see if something else quick. Yeah. Matter of fact, it all goes back to emotional intelligence and doing what we love and what we feel, what makes us feel good. And matter of fact, and again, like we can never get things wrong, and sometimes we're led into situations that seem like, oh man, that was messed up or whatever, but it was for a learning situation. You know, for us to again, like to not judge any situation is good or bad, you know, or right or wrong. You know, like to tap more again, like to get more into that vibe too. But again, like having the emotional intelligence and realize to go what again with what we feel. And I know I brought up what I just brought up for a reason. Hold on, I was talking about going what we feel. Oh, because sometimes we could have impulses or like say for instance we feel like doing something that may seem like it ain't logically a good thing to do, or you know it seems like it's not good, or you know, or on the back end it has some type of negative outplay. But again, negative situations, all experiences are, you know, again for growth, transformation, and learning. So again, it's not to look at the negative situation as something bad, but more so like, all right, what is the, you know, what is it for me to learn in this situation, you know? So because and the reason why I'm bringing it up because a person may say, "Oh, what if I feel like eating, you know, 1,000 pounds of ice cream?" You know, like, you know, hey, go with it, and you know, put it like this. Either way, you know, you eat that 1,000 pounds of ice cream. You know, hey, it tasted good. You're gonna get full, probably catch a stomach ache. Might wanna, and I'm just 1,000 pounds, but you know what I'm saying? Like, eat a lot of ice cream. You know, you may want to throw up or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But again, there's a lesson in that, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, now you know that you shouldn't eat that much ice cream. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever. Again, just constantly go with what feels right, what makes you feel good, you know. Also realizing to do, again, like, we should be doing things out of love and not fear. Like, 'cause that's what, again, speaking of the paradigm shifting aspect, again, becoming more emotional intelligent, and tapping into doing what we feel and doing what we love because we love it, not because we're trying to, or not because we're fearful. Like we don't want fear to be our motivation for anything. You know what I'm saying? And more and more, like if you are dealing with certain situations where you realize you're doing it out of fear, don't trip, because now just by becoming aware, that's a step further. And as you become aware, you know what I'm saying, like you get into the aspect of where, again, as you become more of the observer, that energy you know kind of backs off a little bit, because it knows that as you become more aware, you know what I'm saying, like, all right, I should kind of like, all right, I know I can't throw this rock that mama looking, or daddy looking, you know what I'm saying, kind of like that energy. But you see, I went on a tangent. I appreciate y'all for dealing with me, man. Sometimes I'll be like, man, but again, was back to the aspect of, and I know it's gonna come back to me again. Like I said earlier, I'm gonna just leave it alone. It's gonna pop out of the blue. But the paradigm shifting aspect, again, doing things out of love and not fear. Doing things because I want to, and not because I'm trying to avoid what I don't want. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's doing this because I want to do this, because I love to do this. You know what I'm saying? And not because I'm doing this because, you know, I was taught when I was younger that this, that, so, and the third, or society says that, again, back to the aspect of us, breaking down what's going on in our subconscious, and, again, doing our inner child work. And it's something as simple as, again, it's like you realizing, like, again, quick little aspect, uh, you get angry easy, and then you realize, like, all right, you watch this from, it could be school, or it could be from in your house or wherever. But like growing up, it's something that subconsciously programmed you to, you know, get angry easy. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, you watch mom always display anger. You know what I'm saying? And you snap off easy too, just from, what I'm saying, feeling like, all right, that's how I should be too. You know what I'm saying? And realizing that maybe that wasn't the healthiest aspect, like, realizing anger is cool, but not snapping off into it like that, and having to go back to that aspect of yourself and your visions. You know what I'm saying? Because again, we are the time machine, just by tapping into, your visions. You know what I'm saying? And going to yourself as a little kid, and letting that little kid know, like, it's all right. I forgive you. I forgive myself. I forgive my parents, because I chose them as my, guardians in this experience. You know what I'm saying? So I forgive myself. I forgive them. You know, I have nothing but compassion for myself and them. There's no judgment towards myself or them. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it seemed like something that's like, and two, I realized that aspect too, especially for, the quote unquote black community, again, where this aspect of, like, hearing, you know, uh, things dealing with, like, psychiatry and shit, and like, oh, that's some white people shit, this and that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, that's some fucking soul healing shit. You know what I'm saying? Again, it's just to transfer information from, ancient civilizations to, certain European, say Rome, or certain aspects, taking over certain places, taking artifacts. You know what I'm saying? Getting this information, writing books about it. You know what I'm saying? And again, like, it's the same shit, just written by somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Again, this is all a game. It's not for us to get caught up, you know. And again, it's a balance. You know, we go from the 3D to higher dimensions. You know, tapping in from the crown to the root, or from the Earth star to the what is it, the interstellar gateway. Yeah, emotional intelligence, man. That's just key. Like just realizing, like it's really as simple as just following what we feel is right. And hence, again, it's about self empowerment. That's another thing that's coming up, because it's about self empowerment right now too. And like I caught the little download about that was the reason why, again, everything is about dealing with the energy properly, no matter who you are. And I say properly, but everything has a cause and effect in the way you connect with it. In the moment you go to forgetting that, source energy exists within you, and your inner universe creates your external instead of your external creating your uh your realm, in essence. Like when you get caught up in that lostness, then shit happens. And I think about like with the voodoo, Santeria, and Yoruba type of aspects, where ain't nothing wrong with tapping into working with any type of like, again, whatever resonates with you, as far as like connecting with certain energies and certain archetypes within. But it's the aspect of like what happened was when root work went from, because again, instead of a love spell, like love spell should be on yourself. It shouldn't be on somebody else. Like, oh, I want to make so and so, because that's what happened. Love spells and shit, especially in Louisiana and New Orleans and Haiti. That's why it's like it, it's like a double-edged sword. And I say double-edged sword, and this is more so in the sense, again, like with anything, you take it out of its context. A gun could, you know, in essence, save save somebody's life, but you know what I'm saying. In essence, protect somebody or save somebody's life, or it could be used to just harm somebody. You know, out of the sense of just harming somebody. It's all how you use whatever it is. But again, it's like spells should be inward. So that's what's coming up too with this paradigm shift. You're gonna see a lot of that type of root work of like putting stuff externally on people or going outside yourself. That's that's gonna start to make more and more of a strong shift. And again, realizing more and more, stepping into ways to help to self empower, you know, uh, beings, to help people, be able to do these things themselves, you know, like, and not have to always come to your class, or always have to, you know, come and get you to do some root work from, what I'm saying? Again, not knocking nobody who does these things, because again, we're all on our growth, we're all learning, what I'm saying? We're all constantly learning, what I'm saying? And we should never, get mad at ourselves, or, I mean, it may happen, but again, like, realize, like, it's all, we make mistakes, and that's a part, again, that's a part of the growth, like, and back to doing what you feel, like, all right, you made a mistake, you're gonna learn from it. Just keep following your feelings, follow what feels good, like, and look at things of doing what you love, what I'm saying? Like, today, how can I do something that, you know, I want to do something that I love, what I'm saying? Like what makes me feel good. And again, and inevitably, you know a lot of us, that turns into something that's going to be, of service or some good to, you know everybody else, our other reflections. But that's definitely key. And also the energy of no hard feelings, like the balance of not hating or rejecting nobody, but also setting healthy boundaries. But again, like, not rejecting nobody or looking at them as like, ugh. Because again, it's about us embodying the Christ consciousness in the sense of, like, having that empathy and that unconditional love for people, and at the same time, again, like that that paradoxical balance, like, oh, being open to help others who may be down and out or whatever, but not to the extent where again, you're not setting healthy boundaries into where then your energy get to where you're no longer able to help nobody yourself because you done gave everything without replenishing yourself. You know what I'm saying? But like we are tapping into again like that. Hence why we use the word king or queen, but like that inner sovereignty and royalty aspect and having accountability. You know what I'm saying? Like think about the movie Inception, where Leonardo DiCaprio character kept compromising the mission due to shadow work that he hadn't healed. So that trauma, you know, was messing with their experience, and that was on a deeper level, saying like again, like in this reality, our trauma fucks with this dream realm because this is a physical dream realm. So when we in our subconscious again creates our reality, you know what I'm saying? So what's going on again that simultaneously, you know what I'm saying, connected again, like the subconscious is also connected to the bigger, you could say source subconscious in essence, or collective. But again, like and think about it, like in this dream world, it got all kind of shit going, I don't want to say it like that, all kind of shit going on. You know what I'm saying? And it's due to again like certain, people traumas coming up, you know what I'm saying? Some people working on them, some people not working on, you know what I'm saying? But back to the aspect where again like being accountable and no hard feelings with our energy, you know what I'm saying? Where again we have to be accountable for holding our space with that inner sovereignty, you know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna get to a place where we not again like, you know, and working with our inner energies, our inner shadows, again, like even moving away from you, since the word demon has so much negative connotation to it. But like, you know, just just those aspects of our being, like again, like integrating, showing those aspects love, and at the same time, letting certain aspects know too, like, hey, things are shifting. It ain't no, I'm not blaming you. It ain't no me against you vibe, but it's time for you to, exit this vessel. You know what I'm saying? Because look, this harmony going on in this vessel. You know what I'm saying? And integration going on, and there's the door. If we talk about the aspect of like our fears and doubts and just all those different little, and again, those energies, they they exist for a reason. But that's what I was gonna get into too again, because moving forward, those unhealed traumas are gonna be, they're gonna be more again like irritated. Like imagine what's going on is like a dog whistle, you know, like a dog whistle being blown, and it's only upsetting some of the dogs who aren't in tune with the musical note. Like some dogs, you know what I'm saying, quote unquote, some walks of life is in tune with the, again, we're saying dog whistle, so to say. Some dogs is in tune with this whistle, you know what I'm saying? Because this whistle is only, it works in a manner where, if you good with your inner trauma, you done worked out your traumas, where they not heavy and dense, you know what I'm saying? Uh, you're gonna stay, you're gonna vibrate in your high vibration, you know what I'm saying? But those who may still have heavy traumas, as that whistle blowing, those traumas just gonna only be like, like, like here I am, like, you're gonna see it come out more, you know. and hence why a lot of these movies again display, you know, outside of the zombie aspect, again, like Bird Box or the movie The Happening, where people just like committing suicide out the blue, you know, because they can't really deal with themselves or sit with themselves, you know, because of the, you know, because of that trauma, you know. And again, and I always would speak on that, like the rapture or the paradigm shift. Talk about the rapture, you know what I'm saying? And in the Bible, but again, it's like an energy shift, you know. So that's gonna become more and more evident, you know. But and that's what I was gonna say. Like so, say for instance, because if you got a sexual shadow that ain't, you know, like a extremely dark sexual shadow of like molestation that ain't been healed, you know, like you might go crazy around a little boy or a little girl or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Because you got, you know, that energy that ain't been, it's been pushed to the side, and again, and pushed to the side, pushed to the side, and you know, that energy coming up and out. Because again, it's about making peace in the sense of, again, like becoming whole, integrating, you know, our energies, being the yin and yang. Because again, too, like it's the aspect of like triggered fear. Like, you know, when I talked about like fear getting out the vessel or whatever, you know, fear still serves a purpose in healthy ways on certain levels. You know what I'm saying? In the sense of like, you know, like being aware, like again, like more so the self-preservation aspect, you know, like the healthy aspect to the ego, you know, like I'm here in this bodysuit on a mission, you know. I just had uh I just had a child. I'm not gonna walk into the street and let a car hit me just cause. You know what I'm saying? Like, but but again, I don't know if I was talking about the yeah, like the sexual shadow might kick in, or like you got that a gluttonous shadow that you ain't really worked on. You know what I'm saying? Again, it's like acting up, and it go to acting up, and you go to steal food from the community and cause the community to starve. You know what I'm saying? Because you raiding the garden. You know what I'm saying? Because you couldn't control your. You know what I'm saying? And hence again, no hard feelings. And why you see that on a lot of love movies and stuff like that, that storyline of like, you know, like somebody who dealing with a certain vibe like that, you know, like we could try to help you, but at the end of the day, your vibration just, you know, like, again, how can I depend on you when you can't depend on yourself? You know, vice versa. You know, again, like have to trust, the love, all that has to start within, and us again, like sitting down to love ourselves to the fullest to sit there and do that inner work. So yeah, that's the strong last shift. yeah, that whole new age thing again, like and that's another thing too to remember, like to not, not let our heart weigh heavier than a feather about any of these things. Certain things may upset us and make us angry in certain moments. Yes, cool. You know, but it's not to hold on to that again, like express, like being that expression, like energy and motion, like man, fuck it, that shit, this and that. All right, that was that moment. Done. You know what I'm saying? Like, and next thing you know, you in a coloring book with your daughters playing tea time. You know what I'm saying? Like, or whatever. But like being able to be again, like multi-dimensional, like tapped into all the multi-dimensional aspects of ourselves, and that means again, like making peace with and understanding all of our being, like understanding our ego, our shadow aspect, our quote unquote demons. But again, demon, the word daemon, you know, is derived more so from the meaning of spirit, and not really like like a demon, you know. But again, that goes to word magic and spells. Like that word was demon, they turned it into something bad so it could throw you off from connecting with something, you know what I'm saying? So when literature used the word demon, you fucking flipping out. Like, oh no, I ain't fucking with no demons, bro. Like, 'cause they said in church, bro, that them demons, man. I don't know about them demons, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they run, again, sources, no thing, and everything, like, and also again, like the aspect of expansion. And matter of fact, I remember Till Swan bringing up this aspect called and consciousness, and it's about uh, like instead of more so moderating, more so going to an aspect of expanding. So, all right, like when we think about balancing things off, again, like in the balance of the yin and yang within the things we do, and all these different vibes, and hence again why I said also do earlier, like do what you feel, go with the vibe of what you feeling, like now more than ever, like it's just about just doing what you, again, like what you feel like, you know what I'm saying? And again, you'll see on the back end, like if it's something that like what you feel, but that's not really healthy, you'll see it and you'll know to switch it up. But for the most part, doing what you feel gonna be connected with, you know what I'm saying? Again, like your inner emotions, like what truly and deeply you feel like doing. But and consciousness basically is like the aspect of not moderating and limiting yourself. Because again, sometimes we do balance in the sense of like, oh, let me moderate. So like, say for instance, if I'm working more than I'm playing, then let me moderate. And say for instance, again, like, and this is a paradoxical aspect too. It is a balance of us being limitless and having limits within this limits or quote unquote boundaries within this reality. Because again, I'm they serve a purpose. If I wasn't limited to talking in my crystal repertoire videos, if I wasn't limited to just talking about the crystals, then the shit would go in, which I had, look, I definitely bounced from different vibes, but, if I wasn't, placing the boundary of like, hey, this video is going to be about my crystal repertoire today. Hey, this video is going, or hey, I'm going to let them know this video going to be open where, it's an open vibe, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, uh, boundaries and limits do serve their purpose, but again, like in the aspect of like, finding balance within our experience, we don't want to get stiff and robotic and start to like moderate and again, instead of expanding, you know what I'm saying, like we're kind of like again, like reclusing, like like almost like stopping ourselves. And again, working working more, if I'm working more than I'm playing, I'm not gonna moderate and say, oh, you know, wait, let's see, I said working more than playing. So yeah, if I'm working more than I'm playing, because sometimes my handwriting be. If I'm working more than I'm playing, then that means instead of like trying to moderate the again, I don't know what, is this not meant for me to say this? Ain't that, I'm playing. All right, word. So if I'm working more than I'm playing, I should add more play instead of moderating my work. You know what I'm saying? So if I see like I feel like again like a off balance where I'm just like working. You know, I'm not gonna cut down on my work. You know, I'm gonna just make sure I turn up the play. You know what I'm saying as well. Again and like expanding because again we represent also like again we don't want to be polarizingly extreme all the time in the sense of like extremely in this area and extremely in that area, you know what I'm saying? Because again, imagine if you didn't have moments where you was like, yeah man, I love life, or you know what I'm saying, like you would be walking around again like robotic, like you would balance yourself to the point like where you would get like robotic, you know, and like on some more, I don't want to touch extremes, so I'm not gonna get too, you know, too happy or too, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the aspect too. Again, just with the parity aspect, but again, like the aspect of balancing things out. Being able to tap into both extremes again. Like, so say for instance, again, like being the most heavenly, but the most loving and sharing person ever. Like having that potential in you and having the potential to slit somebody throat. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean you're walking around slitting people's throat. But again, that shadow aspect serves a purpose because again, like with any certain little things where again, reason why certain things not wrong or right, because in certain situations, yeah, it might be wrong. Like if you if I pull out my dick in front of everybody and piss in front of the floor, you know, that could be seen as like, all right, that wasn't really cool, But if I do that in the urinal, that was cool, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's about putting things where they belong, literally and figuratively. But yeah, that and consciousness is a concept, that really resonates. Again, like instead of trying to moderate and stiffly, because again, we don't want to try to hold on to these extremes. Like, oh, I'm gonna try to extremely be happy all the time, because I know the law of what it is, cycles, the law of the ebb and flow of things. Like everything has a wave coming in and a wave going out. It cycles in and out, up and down, back and forth. So you try to keep that pendulum way in the happy aspect, then yeah, it's gonna have to swing, you know, back the other way. And again, where things may get confusing sometimes, because you're like, well, shit. Again, because it's all paradoxical in the sense of it. But, like, you know, like here it is where I can't act like negative energy don't exist, but then I gotta focus on the positive shit, and then you know, I gotta, look towards positive shit to be happy, but then I can't be too happy. You know what I'm saying? But it is like, again, like it, you know, whatever our now moment calls for, you know, like whatever our now moment calls for. And what's up, y'all? Look in the comments. Matter of fact, don't forget, hit the like button if you're vibing with the videos. Hit the little notification bell to get notified when I do lives and when I post videos. Also, hit the subscribe button. Make sure you subscribe. Feel free to share. Like, again, like share videos on other platforms, whatever. Feel free. Any and all donations is greatly appreciated. Donation links is underneath in the details. More jewelry coming soon. As a matter of fact, that's something too. Again, like, well, of course, it been with the little vibe of the. No, I lied. I take that back. Well, say for instance, the store that I usually go to get beads could have been closed, but I could have looked for another place. But I was just more so focused on like just doing a little, again, like more inner work. Like I was using that time to, again, I've been using this time, these moments to sit with myself. God, I can't use my left hand. Hi, Jim. You said you had a powerful question. Yeah, hit up with the questions, y'all. Again, like any questions we're dealing with, you know, with what's going on right now, but again, more so from the aspect of like what's going on for the positive shift. Because another thing, being solution, like what we focus on growth. So that's what I was gonna say too. What we focus on growth. So although we want to acknowledge, the beauty in negativity, the beauty in contrast, the beauty in coronavirus, the beauty in Donald Trump. We want to realize the beauty in these things because, if they didn't exist, then the beauty me, meditating, the beauty of me living my life to the fullest, you know what I'm saying, wouldn't exist, you know what I'm saying, on that opposite, side, which, again, opposite side, but two sides to the same coin. And what we focus on grows. So another thing too, like being focused on solutions. Like right now, it's gonna be, more and more about, again, like really tapping into information to be, solution oriented. You know what I'm saying? Or more so, should I say, like, again, like tapping into information to get to know ourselves better and just dealing with, again, whatever resonates with us. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes we have certain books and things we watch for entertainment and stuff too. But, you know, what I'm smoking on. Oh, all right. Transition with clarity. To Nipsey. Get some marathon. Marathon. I don't know if it's OG. Nah, because the OG would have to be original strain. But so I guess it might be Kush, Marathon Kush. It's Marathon something. That's basically the Nipsey strand. fact, I'm gonna play the song again. I saw something about Pluto and retrograde. People gonna be seeing a lot of blackbirds. A lot of transformation, a lot of blackbirds, and a lot of vultures. I think that's word to this shirt. You know, blackbirds. I feel like, again, a lot of people say they're omens of death, but more so an energetic death. Not necessarily a physical one. Because again, this also connected to the Saturn energy, which goes back also, in Greek mythology, Greek or Rome. Rome, I think, used the actual planet names. Greek used names. So like instead of Saturn, it was Chronos. And think about it, how words broken down, chronological order. It starts off with chrono, like chronos, chronological order, put things together like in the time it showed up, in essence. And Saturn deals with time, Lord of karma. Let's see. I saw something. Oh wait, no, you were just saying something, or was this a question? Let's see. Evolving, genetic, or spiritual? Well, it'll also have everything's deals with again energy. First and foremost, we are an energetic expression of things. Let's say I'm a person, cause say for instance, like you in a bloodline of people who bald, like everybody get bald easy. And matter of fact, they bald spot comes in that the little area that got like the little galaxy toy. Let me show you how everything is symbolic and speaks. That's crazy. And I was just about to say, boy, I'm about to be challenged. But so back to the bald spot thing. If the bald spot is like in the middle of your head, you know what I'm saying? What again, like where that little part, that could be a symbol of you having some type of disconnection to the mother energy or to the primordial energy, like where you know the vibration or the energetic expression of source, you know, uh, or the way you've been again expressing yourself through all your past lives and past experiences. You displayed this energy of like this connection towards that, again, like that center point, that primordial mother energy, basically, again, like that void state of the void part of the Taurus field, because again, that little part on the head, again, like it twists like a tornado or like a Taurus field, you know what I'm saying? And as I'm saying this too, another symbol of how sacred geometry works and that horn beeps on the truth. There's a reason. Matter of fact, shout out to Dan Winter. Dan Winter said this is like a reason why tornadoes hit trailer parks and not the pyramids. You know, like you never hear a tornado or like a natural disaster hitting like you know you hear unnatural disasters as far as like again like certain certain people in this reality that represent parasitic energy, you know, that may have messed with those monuments, but tornadoes, because again, like it's built with a certain numerical expression that gives off a certain energy, it creates a certain energy field, around it due to the way, uh, again, just like the reason why, like again, whenever we working on ourselves and raising our vibrations, basically what's happening is the magnetic lines in our Taurus field are are moving in the more so in the golden mean ratio. Because when waves move in the golden mean ratio, they're allowed to clash with each other. Constructive is again constructive wave interference. Destructive wave interference is when waves come together, but they clash and kill each other into flatlining. Compared to constructive is where the waves come together, but they come together at a point where they actually get bigger. You know what I'm saying? So when we got that going on in our Taurus field, again, like I laugh about that. Like when I be out sitting down in nature or something like that, and like certain little bugs or something come crawling on me, and I get that little vibe, inner vibe or inner voice let me know, like, yeah, you giving off the same energy as a tree right now, like like, cause that all goes back to people being able to connect with certain animals that might be considered dangerous, you know, is because they're able to do it without fear, you know. But look, about to move. But yeah, tornado. Yeah, and that. Whoa. All right, let's see. Oh yeah. Oh, and that's what I was. That's what I was talking about. The uh, tornado aspect with the Taurus field and in connection with the crown of your head. So with the crown of your head aspect, you could again, like in lifetimes, had some type of vibe where you just didn't vibe with that energy. You know what I'm saying? Of like the primordial mother energy, or like your connection with the whole of the universe. So as a symbol, you get bald, you and your family and your bloodline get bald with that little gap. You know what I'm saying? And literally symbolically too, how they talk about how some of us come into the certain families in that sense and break these generational curses, because like here it is, I in my family we got like balding, like the far back hairline balding, and the middle of the head bald, and I got dreads, and my hairline ain't receding. You know, so also quote unquote cancer and heart disease. You know, running the family, and again, that's just energetic expressions. Cancer may run in your family because you know in your past life you let cancerous beings always run you. You know what I'm saying? Like you may always been a stooge for some type of religion or some type of control system or some type of something of that nature. Again, like it all, and it shows up, and then on a human level we call it cancer. You know what I'm saying? But it's really like an energetic expression. Same thing again, like with animals. If I'm scared of squirrels, then I may be scared of my inner child and scared of having fun and scared of saving money. And because the squirrel saves, it knows how to save things to be ready for the winter and stuff like that. Or if I'm scared of spiders, you know, I may be scared of weaving my own destiny. You know what I'm saying? Like, and in past lives, I've been scared of me and dogs don't get along. I got a problem with loyalty, and I've been having a problem with loyalty throughout my past lives, and it's showing up as me being scared of dogs still in this lifetime. You know what I'm saying? Like all everything, everything. And so to answer that question, a lot of people ask me about like what happens on DMT trips and stuff like that. That's the type of questions, or I ain't gonna say so much as questions getting answered, but more so like that's the type of insight you get. It's just how much everything. Again, like it all goes back to energy. You know. So true. So it's like, I don't know. With the aspect of you said the meningitis in connection with the corona or the crown. Are you saying like cause don't corona mean crown? I kind of get what you're saying in the essence of like, all right, the connection with corona and crown, but again, that man, the coronavirus ain't real. Like I don't. I'm getting more and more to a place where I'm I gotta say allow for people to be themselves. So to each his own. With if a person feels like this really is a disease or not. You know, again, we all on different levels of our growth. There are certain things that I'm not familiar with yet that I'm still tapping into. You know, so we always gonna be not. It always gonna be something to learn for all of us, no matter what level we on. You know, So you love what that answer with. Oh, you talking about like with the aspect of ball spot thing? Yeah, again, it's all, you know. As a matter of fact, uh, as I'm talking to y'all, I keep getting like Cova Light said, give it a shout out, cause Cova Light, like, yeah, that's me. You tapping into that energy because of me, and I say cause more so again like a helper, cause I wouldn't be, you know, saying it if it wasn't something again that I'm able to tap into in that sense of it. But I could feel where that Cova Light amplifying that. It comes down smooth and with ease, and matter of fact, and that's a part of what it helps to do is to like smoothly translate. Like matter of fact, Covalite would be a good crystal to work with to like if you're trying to translate, uh, you know, something from a DMT experience. You know, whether to write it down in a book or express to somebody in some way, form, or fashion. Covalite will help with that definitely. Peace, reflection. What's up? What's up? Man, don't let them fear monger you. Hi, Jim. If you out there in Italy, man, look, don't let nobody fear monger you. Stay mentally, stay fortified mind, body, and soul, but definitely, stay mentally fortified in your courageousness. You know, how do you live that? Again, it goes back to doing what you love. You know, doing doing what you love, and it's like, oh, I do what I love. Like I love drawing. How that's gonna make money for me? This and that. Like now, again, you got to start somewhere. Now of course you got to do the inner work. So it starts with putting those intentions and affirmations out there. Like, hey, source, inner source. You know, can you please? And I say, can you please show me? You know, show me the signs of how I can, allow for myself to generate revenue. You know what I'm saying? Like, create that alignment with intention. Verbally or writing it down, and just the aspect again of tapping in, because that's where the money really roll in with these. Because we're not trying to be out here struggling and hustling. And it's all right. Again, as I say that, that's no derogatory towards those who may do so, because we all, again, on different levels of our growth. Same person that may be hustling right now, what I'm saying is, next 10 days are on their own business. You know what I'm saying? So again, it's definitely no derogatory aspect. We just want to make sure again that we do our best to move uh, from this, and this is always working on. Again, there's something that you're great at. You was always innately good at doing it. You love to do it, no matter what your parents told you, no matter what society told you. You love it, and you're great at it. You know that's there for you to to express. Like again with me doing this YouTube channel. And again, it's baby steps. I realize upon my growth where what always comes up for me is being too hard on myself. Like hence why I'm always aware to make videos about like paying attention to all the to all the great things that's happening, you know, because again like being overcritical on yourself could slide into pessimism easily, or just always negating yourself so you don't, but yeah, start my YouTube channel. This is something I love to do. My like I used to sit down with the radio and always play with the radio and do like my own little like radio show, taping myself and I play music and then, you know, so like I'm doing the same thing right now that I was doing when I was a little kid and my mama ain't told me to do that or no mama, daddy, nobody taught me to do that. That was just something I was interested in. And then not too long after that, end up hearing my cousin listening to some slow down music, and like, oh yeah, bro, it's a screw. I'm in elementary school. Like, that's that screw tape, man. It's that DJ Screw. And then, hearing that, and even getting more, again, falling into that craft. Because it's almost like the floodgates going to open for us the more we tap into that right now. Like, our inner source is always looking for us to win. We got to tap into, again, like, you know, being true to ourselves. And hence why I come up for the inner child work and going within and seeing, why do I smoke? Why do I, like to do this? Why do I like to do that? Like, it, yeah, like knowing ourselves to the fullest is what creates the confidence. When we get confidence, that's what, again, confidence in knowing ourselves to the fullest, that's what creates the magic, you know. And hence the moon energy is connected to magic, and the moon is the symbol for the sacral chakra, and the sacral chakra is connected to emotions. And I brought up earlier about basically our manifesting and living the life I love, living the life I love, living the life we love. In essence, goes back to being emotionally intelligent and just doing what we love and doing what we want, doing what we feel like doing what makes us feel emotionally, well. you know and we don't trip out and we don't you know all emotions are valid, even the negative, again, like the negative emotions serve a purpose as a compass, because I get mad at my roommate for for putting his dirty socks in my laundry. That lets me know further that, all right, well, maybe I want my own spot without a roommate, you know like, and hence why hiding your emotions could mess up your manifestations. Because if you're acting like you're cool with shit that you're not cool with, then the universe, like yourself, you're gonna keep yourself in that situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you're just trying to, hide and act like it's all cool. I'ma just, again, back to that breakdown again, where it goes to the moon. Again, the moon energy is within us. These planetary energies exist within, projected outside into us seeing the actual moon. Shout out to these squirrels right now. That's reminding me to save funds, stay childlike. What else? Also, just paying attention to just the characteristics of animals. Like, I'll do that one video and that'll just be it. Where, like I tell people, you could just break it down for yourself. Oh, I saw this kind of animal. What that mean? What that animal do? What the animal's strengths and weaknesses? If that animal don't like water, then that animal probably symbolizing you being against your emotions in that moment when you saw that animal. You know what I'm saying? Like again, like time, everything go back to the symbols, going back to the numbers, and the numbers, representing energy, having energetic expressions. And again, us focusing on the self mastery of these aspects, and again, because we just following what we love and doing, our vibration has no choice but to raise, and as our vibration raise, we'll be more and more conducive to get more and more insight from our inner source. That's the name of the game, you know. Again, it's not trying to. Again, it's not like faking like things all good when they ain't. Again, if you are feeling bad, sad, you allow for yourself to feel that energy. You know what I'm saying? You allow for that to flow. But that ain't gonna last forever. And then you begin to focus on the things that do, allow for things to, what we focus on grows. Point blank, period. Like, what what are we paying? What are we paying energetic dividends to, aka paying attention to? Because again, that balance of consumption and creation. Like, yeah, I'm gonna watch the Netflix series from here to there or do whatever, you know. But then I'm also gonna sit and draw, you know, again, take some notes to create a video, or something in the form of create. I'll be sitting down creating a video, doing a video. And I know this stemmed from what we was talking about, the Babylon with the 9 to 5. I'm pretty sure, but you see, and what's funny, just because I just, again, like, so in the moment of expressing it, you know, I'm pretty sure I answered the question, but it's like not remembering exactly everything I just said. It's like, did I answer that question? Either to help with communication, blue lace agate, lapis lazuli. Yeah. And there's different forms of things that different ones push. Some crystals push more truthful communication. Some, like say for instance, blue agate promotes uh, balance between listening and talking, and it promotes the expression of emotions, expression how you truly feel. So, that's what I vibe with that. I was wearing it, but I took it off because something today told me the combination should be Covalite, Malachite, and my black Tektite. So that's what I'm going with today. Yeah, you say you find it hard. As a matter of fact, working with rose quartz to have more unconditional love, because a lot of times too, we be again having this they unwoke, like them against me type of energy, and also not remembering too, if we around our family, you know what I'm saying, especially living with them for whatever reason, we create our reality. They are in our reality for a reason. So it's like sitting down figuring out what's going on within myself. You gotta let me know, why I'm here with my family or whatever, even though they may quote unquote get on my nerves trigger me or whatever, you know. And don't try, also getting into the vibe of not trying to force communication. You know, let it be genuine and genuinely express yourself. You know, why, Jim? Thank you. Appreciate the love and support. What's the best thing I consciously manifested? You see, that's a very subjective, let me say best, because, and, and I'm not saying you acting in this tone, but like some people form of best is like uh, something that would seem like, like a miracle or, but hmm, man, it's multiple little pockets of situations. I mean, I think of some of the simplest things of like when I you know, manifested going to little Ethiopia one day out of the blue when I really wanted to, but I didn't have the funds at the moment. But from tripping in the mountains, tripping in the mountains for that eclipse in 2017. That one was a pretty nice one. Uh, trip, uh, tripping on tripping on Lucid, uh, and being in the Pacific Ocean in LA, and talking to the mermaids and having the water teach me lessons. That was a pretty cool. What else? Then they would just have again little pockets of things that were just again like quick manifestations. Because again, it all goes back to releasing trauma. Because I understand the aspect of manifestation. Like I was just telling somebody the other day, I was like, I just don't talk. The reason why I don't talk about it is because, like I talk on the aspect of what it takes to manifest because I have done what it takes. Like I've manifested things like in a matter of seconds, you know, and some things quote unquote smaller or bigger than others. You know what I'm saying? But still manifested. You know what I'm saying? Like staying in the little beach house in Venice Beach for 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Like it was, little pockets, but again, I had my foot on the gas and back to the foot on the gas, foot on the brake, or like where the the anchor, I'm pressing the gas on the boat on the vessel, you know, but the anchor's still down. You know what I'm saying? So again, like having to do the inner work and release whatever trauma that's still, trying to express that lack vibration. You know, instead of trying to, again, like saying, instead of like, because I realized I had started doing that for a second, where I would just like affirmation, 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 like I'm abundant, I'm prosperous. And again, I spoke on that too, though. Like those those affirmations could go against you if you're not, truly feeling abundant in that moment. So don't try to push through it. You know what I'm saying? The momentum already got you. Again in the direction of, you know, feeling lack. Let that vibe just pass through. It ain't gonna, again, everything ebb and flow. They ain't gonna last forever. And then as that vibration, you know, dwindle, then you know start tapping into the abundant aspect. But again, like you could say a bunch of affirmations, and it's gonna help. But again, like it's just like an anchor. It's like I go so far, but then it's like, oop, like the anchor, like, oh, don't forget about me. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, again, like having to do, in the subconscious, say inner work, the subconscious work of, again, like seeing what programming, seeing what traumatic situations, you know, or what trauma was caused by certain situations, in our earliest development within this lifetime. But again, because I haven't expressed it to the fullest, you know, because even again, like I think about a shout out to the brethren Preston Smiles, in which his story was inspiring, and that's another thing that helps too, like hearing other people's stories of possibly like couch surfing or going through some turmoil stuff. Like I'm bringing it up that for myself because I think about like again, well at one point you know things was going well, but then ended up having to go back to his mom house for a little while. Then went from being at his mom house to being a millionaire, you know. And again, it's just the resilience, and the aspect again that just gotta heal that, pull that anchor up, take that foot off the brake. And again, going back to that, like again, that's something I'm going through, and the whole aspect of uh seeing that again, like I know how to manifest things, but just off of the strength that I'm not manifesting to the fullest extent of my capabilities, I don't always have videos talking about, the art of manifestation, to that extent. I can only speak on it from the perspective of, my own experience, because my experience with it is knowledge, Again, my first deliberate manifestation uh, working at the smoke shop in the little neighborhood I was staying at by LSU. Uh, like I had a choice between there and EA Sports, and I was like, and I just learned about the law of attraction and affirmations and putting intentions out there. As a matter of fact, I just got fired from my last job, but really I wasn't fired. I fired on a human level, but on another level, my inner source has been telling me to quit, but I was trying to hold on to the money instead of valuing my energetic wealth. You know, I was, you know, flushing my energetic wealth down the drain for, you know, or should I say, like again, like my spiritual, like my just, because again, uh, money can be a reflection of, again, it's a reflect. Not can be. It is a reflection of energy. But again, in which I guess that's how it compensated, because it was making sure on the back end I had a place to stay, stuff like that to some extent. But nah, But after that, again, and that was the first time, again, I had my own spot and had to go with being fired from a job. So that was like two firsts right there. It's like having my own spot and being without a job. I'm like, oh shit. But I didn't because I remember, not rushing to get, unemployment. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just kind of fall back, and I'm gonna work on this manifestation stuff. And again, that's how I got open to it, because like right before I got fired, I heard about spirit science, and I started looking into these things again, like in the law of attraction, this and that. And I would go in LSU bookstore, and I think I copped The Power of Now around that time. And again, learn how to be present. That's why my YouTube channel, again, that all popped off. You know what I'm saying? On some, you know, and that's what became the thing, the house to vibrate. Because I realized, like again, that book, The Power of Now, helped me so much, and I realized how important it is of just being fully, engaged in our now moment, like, but yeah. So anyway, having that job, because I was like, look, I'm either be playing games all day, I'm gonna work at a smoke shop that sell fucking, bones and and smoking apparatuses and cigars and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause I smoke. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm definitely going to something that supports my life. Again, that's gonna allow for me to have some type of happiness while I'm in the workplace. You know, and so I was leaning. I wanted the EA Sports job heavy, and this would comes into example of what's best for you, where you don't really realize what's best for you. I'm wanting to go to EA Sports, but that's the shy, like the shy aspect of me that's trying to also shy away from the purpose of being a speaker and somebody, what I'm saying, who's gonna have that type of presence. So I'm like trying to get in that EA Sports, but EA Sports, I'm gonna be a little cubicle. I'm gonna be playing a game, but I'm gonna be in a cubicle all day, so I'm not gonna be interacting with people. And again, on some, like, even though I may again like have an introvert vibe, I am social, and I do like to socialize. I do like to converse in essence. You know, and I'm like, bro, I want to go to EA Sports, but every time the person who kept giving me for the interview kept pushing back the interview, in the rock shop, beaming up my phone, like, bro. Matter of fact, shout out to my brethren Jason, not the Jason at Coyote Moon, but Jason at the rock shop. But this again, I realized, all right, reason why I'm not getting a job at EA Sports is because even though I want it, really I don't like, it's the part of me that's shy of talking to people that want me to take that job. Like truly and deeply, I like, again, like being able to be, and again, like it is right at the North Gate at LSU, so you see a lot of people, a lot of popular athletes or just people within the neighborhood or stop by. We done had all kind of stuff happen. In fact, one of the basketball players for LSU team, that's crazy. Flash, my brethren, she, because matter of fact, we sold nipple rings and like piercings and stuff like that too. So, the job was exciting, and I ended up realizing like, yeah, I'm glad, I took this job, you know, compared to being, again, I would have been playing that game all day, but not having those experiences, Because again, I'm doing my jewelry. I got my YouTube channel, so I was able to put my cards out in the store and be able to talk to people. And I was also allowed to sell my jewelry in the store as long as it wasn't over, like the store wasn't busy and they were stopping a sale of, an item, you know. And again, and this goes back to being at peace with yourself, and because another thing too, to show you like understanding who you is, and I don't want to, but it just is what it is. Being in Louisiana, certain people might not be fond of other people due to the color of their skin, and that whole aspect of like I was working, yeah, and I was able to, again, back to, again, like realize as long as I'm confident in expressing myself truthfully and I'm not feeling like, again, I don't agree with nobody, nobody. Are you about to come? All right, you paint them. All right. I don't I don't I don't dis like again uh disagreeing with a certain aspect of a way of thinking, like of somebody hating a person, but I don't hate them back. You know what I'm saying? Like that's on them. They heart gonna weigh heavy. I'ma stay more lighter vibration. You know, and not let that energy get to me. But again, just that aspect of seeing how again I was selling my jewelry, able to promote business and things, being myself, because also the symbiotic relationship. Hey, I was allowed to again in that moment what was best for me was working that job, allowed to have my little steady funds come in, allowed for me to also have like the businesses I'm starting myself expand through there. You know what I'm saying? And again, no, again, like the promotion, I know too. Like I got hired on some, like, hey, the black guy, because this place never really hired nobody black, so we're gonna hire somebody black, and go black. I'm like, oh yeah, yeah. So I know what it is. So we gonna, you know what I'm saying? And oh, and appreciate the, I don't know who, appreciate that donation. That is greatly appreciated. Oh, Flick Simpson, what's up from Croatia? Croatia. That's. Matter of fact, I feel like that's the spot. Ain't that's the spot where KT the art degree be going? Y'all have exotic, healthy fruits and herbs and stuff that way. A lot of those places do. That's why too. That's another reason why a lot of people out here think that you have to use pharmaceuticals and stuff because they don't have like the the exotic or like different. Not say exotic, but like different like fruits and stuff that can again like heal these things. Like think about soursop helping with cancer. You know what I'm saying? Which was one of the things I think Dr. Sebi would recommend. Oh, I did answer Josh. He's like, yeah, all right, cool. Yeah, the synchronicity is again like just doing what we feel. Realizing what's fueling our actions. Is it fear? Excuse me. Man, love y'all too, man. I love y'all, man. Look, it's the whole reason, loving myself and being the expression of it, man. I'm grateful. I'm grateful that No matter sometimes, no matter how much, and I've been working on it and realizing that too, to not be so hard on myself. And I'm grateful for working on that, but it's definitely it's beautiful. I'm grateful. You know, but that's also a manifestation. We talking about manifesting, like what I'm doing right now in front of everybody is a manifestation. Like I started a YouTube channel from scratch. You know what I'm saying? And no video editing, no little. And this not knocking nobody who, because honestly, I realize in certain aspects how I would like to play some of those aspects, and that's not out of the question, as things continue. But like I started this YouTube thing from again my phone, laptop, you know, and 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 then also accomplishing the aspect of really helping people, like like you know help presenting information that transform truly and also have are applicable as well, whether it be a step one, step two, step type. They have to switch networks. But yeah, it's again, that's how I was just like starting this, and again, and now being to where, because I'm from a little town, man. Again, like 17,000, at the most, and the population kind of stay at that level because as most of us get older, a lot of us move away from there because things kind of stay the same. And I see the blessing in that. There is a blessing of things not, you know, like things not exploding to like a big city, like a metropolis overnight. And then there's also negative aspects to that as well. You know, it's a positive and negative to everything. But like coming from that little town, where there's nobody like, again, nobody for me to place example, like nobody from my city doing, and it's not on no ego trip of like, oh, nobody on my city do. No, like in the real sense of again, like just looking at it from just where I was, like I just had to just straight up just believe and again, and also again believe in the aspect of more so trusting the aspect of knowing I was doing what I again like doing what I love to do. Million views, over 26,000 subscribers. That's a manifestation within itself. And again, the key though, again, what it all goes back to, because I had the genuine aspect of wanting to be a service. I want to help. Like I want to talk about things that was gonna, you know, help others upon their journey like me. Because again, like I always say, I'm on my growth just like you. Like the teacher, like teacher student. That's always like you know always learning. Well, what I was bringing up earlier is not so much. I would say this much, and this kind of is in the book Celestial Ship of the North, and I done also had like psychedelic experiences that then kind of gave me insight on this. And I say kind of, gave me insight on these aspects. I'm saying kind of because again, not fully digested in the sense of putting it into words, but like Hebrews in essence was like considered the the chosen to the aspect of, you know, reconnecting to, you know, well, I ain't even gonna say that, but just like, so the Saturn energy goes back to Set. You know, Set at one time in this Egyptian or Kemetic, you know, Kemet mythology or Egyptian mythology, however you would want to say it. But again, the Saturn aspect goes back to being connected to the star Sirius and being connected to Set or Sut Typhon. You know what I'm saying? And I got a video called "Snakes on the Plane" that taps into that. You might want to check that out. If you type in universal frequencies, and you just probably just type snakes, and it'll pop up. You know, a primordial mother. You know, it should pop up, and it'll be snakes on the plane. And I tap into that aspect. Uh, and also send me your cause I don't have the whole book, but I I do have again like about 100 pages of the Celestial Ship of the North. So you could, my email should be underneath all of my videos. So just send me an email. Be like, hey, I'm Josh from the video. You said something about a PDF called blah blah blah. But the aspect with the Hebrew and just Lemuria again is like one of the earliest aspects of our being in the physical. And Rudolf Steiner book, he touched on this aspect of talking about, you know, again like how the Lemurians, and hence why I feel like Lemurian seed quartz exists to some extent. Like like it could be so many other civilizations that things connected to, but that they got a quartz connected to, you know, Lemuria. And then looking at Rudolf Steiner books talk about like at some point in the Lemurians development, you know, again, like they didn't develop language. Like things shifted from Lemurians to Atlanteans, and they break that down. But I'm not getting deep into that aspect, but just more so. Again, uh, they didn't have memory, so they wasn't able to talk. Like the Lemurians didn't have language and they didn't have memory. And I thought about, all right, maybe that's why, you know, sometimes too it feels like, you know, fuzzy about our connection with, you know, being an actual Lemurian, you know, for, and again, for some of us, and then not say like we're gonna be fuzzy about it all the time, because again, I feel like getting these little tools like Lemurian quartz are just sitting there going into meditations in general, you know what I'm saying? But again, some connection with that storyline of them not having memory and why memory may be a little hazy with that connection. Again, they just expressed everything in a moment, so it's just like, you know, like again, like being expression of nature and not trying to remember what they did. You know, it's just like, you know, just celestial North. I know I said probably said a little funny. The North. Yeah, just send me cause that allows for it breaks down again the connections with astrology and why the Virgin is, you know, promoted too, cause in connection with the archetype of the Virgo energy, you know, and the Virgin, the Virgo Virgin, uh, you know, and the wine, and hence why there's the great barriers to, like with the tarot cards, if a tarot card related to the Virgo energy in most cases, it, it sometimes it either be Earth energy, but in most cases if it's connected with Virgo energy, I have like some grapes pictured in the tarot card, but like it, you know, it breaks down to the connectedness to everything, and that it wasn't about just placing value on one aspect of source energy. You know, because again, at the 18th dynasty, what happened? Like, say for instance, what if I just worship my solar plexus? You know, aka worship my sun. You know, like I just worship my solar plexus all the time. You know, because that's basically what sun worship kind of, in essence, was doing to some extent. You know, worshiping the, that, being extreme on the expression of the ego, and I was here. Like, remember me type of energy. And again, there's healthy aspects of that. And then, and this is all, look, we're all playing our little part in this movie, you know what I'm saying? So, again, there's no good, bad, right or wrong to any of this. It's just all a part of the expansion of the universe. You know, I know we may want a deeper, like, or just like the expansion of the universe, but no, it ain't. I mean, in a nutshell, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's basically, and us more and more realizing, like, again, we're playing a game with ourselves in essence. All right. Apologies for the connection, y'all. It should be good. Yeah. What's up, Miss Yuri? What's up? What's up? I'm doing good. I'm doing how Farnsworth Bentley said that on Andre 3000 track. I'm doing fantastically well. How about yourself? How you doing? I know we just mad at man. Matter of fact, oh, what's another thing too? Gotta play the track again. Gotta play the track before we go. One more time. Oh, first Shroom trip. All right, all right. Hey, all right, Miss Jury. Hey, yes. Matter of fact, and I was just talking about earlier in this video. I was talking about my Shroom trip in the mountains in San Bernardino. Like right right on side the California State in San Bernardino, like right up there. It's in the mountains, where by a little stream up there. Beautiful experience. Yeah. Yeah. Cause that's another thing I tell people too. I'm like, cause you could you could always ground, like, and some people may just took high dosages of psychedelics, and that's the reason why they may have had like experience where it seemed like they never, like, grounded, or they seem like they, again, like, not able to operate smoothly, so to speak. You know, and make a lot of times, and it's different situations, of course, but like the aspect of overdoing it, because again, as long as, like I tell anybody, as long as we're making sure we ground after psychedelic experiences, you know, like in bringing ourselves back into our bodysuit, you know what I'm saying, and you know, using, not say using, but taking that inner insight and applying it to expression through a human bodysuit. Because now it's the vibrating right now, you know, unless, again, like, unless you're a ghost watching this, unless any ghost watching this right now, you're in a physical body. And now it's the vibrating right now, you know, you ain't got nothing to do but do, you know, something in this physical form. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, here. But yeah, that grounding aspect though. Back to that, because I also want to do a vid about that, like the complex, you know, of going through. You you have two forms of like extreme God complexes that you know you could go through in the sense of like the narcissistic, like I am the creator of my reality, but too much to where you're looking at it, where you're not recognizing the co-creators and the co-creation within your reality. You know, so you kind of get lost in the I, because yeah, like, you know, we do understand that again, like you know, in the sense like I, or I create, you know, my reality, and I create my reality as an extension of source, and you know, in connection with you know, with a collective, with a, you know, with reflections. But, oh, and that's what I was gonna say. So you got the narcissistic aspect of you know what I'm saying, in that sense, and then you got the other aspect. And I've watched myself go through this, you know, this vibe. Because again, in order to heal yourself, you gotta admit what's going on. And I'm like, all right, you know. And again, I realized that when I was out in this at certain points, you know, like I realized again, like this had have a lot to do with an overspinning crown chakra. Like, you know, this has a lot to do with, you know, like yeah, I was grounded, you know, you know, because it's funny because I was grounded enough, but you know, there could be more grounding that could have been present, you know, in those moments, you know, and again dealing with the aspect of the codependent aspect, like, well, all right, everything is one, so like, so instead of like looking at it like uh, I'm God or source energy in the sense of the creator of my reality, you know, also looking at it or going into the other extreme of like, oh, you know, everything interconnected, so I don't really have to do much. I could just kind of depend on my environment, like, and it creates like a codependence where you're not really doing what you gotta do because you're you're using the oneness state in the sense of codependency, you know. So you either, again, like you could be in that harmful state of the codependent aspect of it, or in the tyrant, you know, aspect of it. Not say tyrant, but you know, like again, because ain't nothing wrong with again with either aspect in the sense of like you know, like yeah, we again, like you understand that, you know, we're not to a place of like codependent, meaning like always having to depend on someone else in that sense of it. But again, we do, you know, interact like, you know, because whatever we do in this reality, it is an interchanging, you know, situation. You know, like you go to the store, you get a person the the energy, aka money. They give you the energy, aka food. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. You know, like everything. You know, is that expression in some sense. I forgot where I was going with that, but again, like talking about those extremes, like being aware of those complexes when dealing with psychedelics. Again, to like ground yourself to the balance aspect, like to balance the situation, like of not only I am again, like I am no thing to, cause that's the sense of, too, like being able to maintain after deep journeys like that. You know, it's a sense that doesn't make a shaman in that sense of it, but like the medicine men are people of, the medicine people of a community, especially again when it comes to dealing with psychedelics, is being able to tap into those, realms and doing it and being able to be grounded, come back and be able to still, be present within this reality, whether it's to, you know, teach through verbal expression, teach through actions, teach through, allowing for other people to have experience with that medicine, But it's like the balance again, like because you could go into the codependent vibe, like oh everything won, so I really don't have to, do much. I could just, prance around here and not, And again, like I saying, by my experience, like I know I was peeping game, but again, that's the first part to it is like peeping game of like what you're dealing with, what you're going through, you know. And again, like and that's the fire part to it too. Like what I tell people, I'm like, but that's like the most fire like experience, like as far as like those moments of like, camping out and quote unquote being houses, what I'm saying? Like I learned a lot and had a lot of fun in that experience, Like, but I definitely knew what's going on? What's going on? Hey, what's going on? I knew what was going on, but yeah, Mr. Tanskly. Mr. Tony. What's up? Positive vibes, positive energy. What's up? I always brought it up. It A lot of times it goes to the throat chakra, the throat in connection with solar plexus, because it's like your self worth allows for you to realize, all right, I'm worthy of speaking up to set my boundaries. So worthiness, solar plexus, speaking up for setting these boundaries. So a lot of times, again, it'd be going back to the throat chakra. In the throat chakra, like basically, again, not having, and could also, in essence, have a little root energy because it's like, the courage or confidence, again, courage, confidence to speak up, what I'm saying, and set that healthy boundary because, I mean, when we talk about, when you say, let me see, or if you mean like just in general, like, for one, uh, make sure to the best of your ability that you're not demonizing everybody. Because a lot of people have these hellacious, and two, you do want to make sure you're grounded because if it's that, like I'm feeling everybody thoughts, like I can't, like, to where you don't even know what's your own thoughts, that's a grounding situation. I realized that for myself, going through it from experience. That goes back like work with some hematite, get grounded, what I'm saying? Because again, you picture something that's not ground, like when you're grounded, like a balloon that's grounded, it's only gonna float in it, in its little area, in the sense of again, like, because again, yeah, everything is one and interconnected, but we also here on a unique experience. So in my unique experience, I gotta be grounded enough to be that unique experience. So source could have that, you know, source expands through my unique experience, you know. Again, like the oneness aspect too is just for us to remember because we've been so lost in the sauce of looking at it as just an individual experience and being just a human that, you know, now the stronger mind is coming in about like, well, no, you know what I'm saying? Like, you like infinite and source energy first and foremost, and a human second, you know what I'm saying? And the human experience, you know what I'm saying, is, you know, it's just that, a human experience, you know, but, again, like making sure not to demonize people or look at people as, oh man, they could, you know, they got the heebie-jeebies and gonna throw my energy off. And again, and that's why I was talking about and go back to, you know, and if it do feel that overwhelming, you just may need to ground. Most likely, as sound like that may, you know, because whenever I was dealing with that, it's be just not being grounded. Like you just hearing everybody's shit a little bit too loudly. and it's to the point where you almost can't even really tell where your inner voice at in the mix, you know, and that's what shit get confusing. Because again, we could be tapped in. I realize that because that's in low key. Yep, that's why a lot of my videos, bro, is like strong ass channels, and I'm tapped in, and I'm saying shit that's so synchronized, and you know a lot of those things. But you know, again, like also making sure I'm grounded, because if I'm not able to, you know, take care of myself to the fullest, how could I even deliver more of these messages if I'm not keeping my head on the swivel in the physical, and not like on the swivel like that, but just again like listening to my inner source and doing what I gotta do in the physical to be able to, you know, be the greatest version of myself and do what I came down here to do, you know. Yeah, that's how. And on top of that, then you could also visualize, you know, and visualize, you know, your aura having a shield around it, you know. So basically, you know, well, a lot of times I close my eyes, you know, to really vividly, in which, you know, to each his own. And sometimes, again, like, you can sense it and feel it even with your eyes closed. Like, you can still, like, sense things in your mind eye without having to close your eyes. But again, just to make it, you know, vivid or whatever works for you, because that's what works for me. But I envision a square, like a cube, basically not a square, but a cube, going around each chakra. You know what I'm saying? Like so, a cube going around the root chakra. Oh, and then, and matter of fact, and then I do the circle right after. So I see a cube going around the root chakra, and I also see a sphere going around that cube. And then I go from the root, then I go to the sacral, and then you know, and then the same thing. Visualize the cube, then the orb around it, you know, and then go to the next chakra all the way up to the crown, and then after the crown, I visualize a cube going around my whole body, and and again that orb or circle around that, and then also importantly, because again it goes back to you being grounded, because again it goes back to our inner energies, all on our energetic fortification and our energetic you know, sturdiness, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Because like what they say, like a person can only get to you if you allow them to get to you. Like a person could be saying negative shit all day, but are you allowing it to? You know what I'm saying? But and you may want to also, you know, again, if you're, this is only if you feel like, again, like your energies are over, like just like oversensitive. Also, like if you do watch what you eat, like if you are a type of person too, be aware of what you're eating and stuff like this. And again, I'm not promoting that super, or watch a few diet and stuff like this. But again, everything goes back to energy, energetic expression, and manganese has an energetic expression that promotes, the empathetic vibe. But if you're a super open-hearted or super sensitive person already, you don't need extra sensitivity. You need to be aware of how to set boundaries and be grounded. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be the lesson you. And again, different strokes for different folks. And back to what's true could be subjective to a different person in different situations. Some people, again, like, and also with that God complex aspect, like if a person on the codependent vibe, they do need to realize a little more that, all right, yeah, everything is one, is interconnected, but hey, source is experiencing this thing through you, so you also got some things you could be doing, and taking action towards yourself, or again, that's healthy for that person, but then that could be unhealthy for the person that has the, again, like the narcissistic aspect of creating vibe. You know what I'm saying? Where they need to, be healthy for them to be more aware. Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, you are co-creating. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't just you out here in these streets. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's us. All right. Yeah, the emotional vibe, definitely. Because sometimes I even ask myself, like in moments when I don't fully cry. Like I cried not too long ago when that was the Magicians. Watching the final episode of Magicians made me cry because the let's just say the veil was thin and I was just real connected, and I gotta give kudos to them too because the way they set up one of the scenes was so reflective of, I can't say the afterlife situation. So I say afterlife, but like, but it was just real reflective of like, the aspect of transitioning and just how our souls have this bond and this friendship and man, but yeah, it just hit one of those little points, man. Shit made me cry. But I think about and it's a beautiful thing to cry. Matter of fact, emotional exercise that I've used, to help me is and I have seen progress since I started using it. But like always, just inviting, like sitting there and saying, like I invite any emotion up, and then always saying, and realizing like all emotions are valid. Like from sadness to anger to whatever, to depression to even fear, whatever. Like all emotions are valid because all emotions serve a purpose. You know what I'm saying? It just goes back to percentage too. Like everything about percentage is like what's the percentage of how long you're staying in that fear. You know what I'm saying? We want the percentage to you know understand the importance and validity of fear, what I'm saying, but not to have that play the highest percentage within our reality. But oh, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, again, I invite whatever emotion, and a lot of times too, before doing visualizations, it'll be always great to relax, take you some deep breaths, 5 deep, be in a comfortable position, you know. And also, if you gotta go through the aspect of like, uh, Relaxing from head to toe, like, visualize from your head, relaxing. Make sure your eyes relax, your jawbone, your nose, make sure your neck not tense. Make sure your shoulders not tense. You go down your arm, make sure you ain't making your chest jump. Your muscles ain't, make sure everything, and just go all the way down. Just relaxing full body. And that opens up the subconscious to whatever, you connecting with. That opens it up a little better. Fitness girl fun, what's up, what's up? Oh, and Mr. Tony, I didn't get the I don't know if you sent an email or what, but I didn't get the video. The video from that you put on IGTV. Like, definitely, that was a cool little vibe. Wait, you say you have a question. Oh wait, you got it up here. Yes. So again, anything and everything is, could be a double-edged sword and has its strengths and its weaknesses. And yeah, Mr. Tony, with the herb smoke, I have experienced moments when I have felt like choked up, and I always felt like two of those moments was to let me know that maybe I was smoking out of like a coping mechanism, or more so to like to run away from some type of energy, or to know where I really was feeling inspired to express myself, and because again, herb promotes expression. It promotes more so creativity. I say it like that. It promotes creative expression. You know what I'm saying? Like basically, anything that doesn't have to deal so much with the logical aspects. Hence why jazz musicians. And hence why jazz is even a genre, because it had its own vibe. You know what I'm saying? Like it was to the beat of its own drum. You know, and most of those artists did a lot of what some people call drugs. Like a lot of jazz musicians did heroin, they did psychedelics. They smoked a lot of herb. You know, because again, this experience, to each his own. Now, of course, again, we're developing different ways of tapping in and stuff like that. But to each his own within this experience. What you do and how you tap in. Because I think about the aspect. Again, like matter of fact, I shade to Dr. Leala Africa. You know, Dr. Leala Africa. You know, transitioning before Bobby Hemmett. And the brethren Bobby Hemmett having a stroke. And although at moment spoke on aspects of health, he wasn't really a big advocate of quote unquote healthy eating, but still in his bodysuit. And again, the aspect of, again, just here to put down your work. You know what I'm saying? Like you here to do what you gotta do. The only judgment that's gonna come is if you didn't do what you came to do. It's not gonna be if you fucking smoked some weed or if you did heroin. You know, there's not a fucking hierarchy in the galaxy or in the universe that says heroin, like, you know, or crack. You know, if you do crack, you cannot get into heaven. Or if you do, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's human shit. That's human morals. You know? But yeah, bro, back to that aspect. Smoking can be at that aspect. So what I, again, what I've been doing for myself, is well, again, just making sure the relationship healthier, having more of a like interfacing, like with the herb and just giving thanks, you know, but just being aware of the moments of when I'm using it and stuff like that, And sometimes it could be as simple as a mind frame thing too, because I also realize if I just tell myself to be consciously aware to not let my throat chakra choke up, then I'll stay, I won't fall into that quiet zone that sometimes, I've seen myself get into after smoking herb. And which honestly too though, what uh what I feel herb amplifies telepathy. So another reason why the throat chakra kind of feel like it may close down or like like you stop talking a lot is because it also amplifies your telepathic capacities. Hence why a lot of us, always seem like when everybody's smoking, we always, a lot of times seem like everybody on the same page with the jokes and shit, even though some jokes may be non-verbal. It's like everybody, could laugh or just, or you feel certain energies stronger in that silence, but it definitely has a connection with the telepathic vibe as well. But everything again is like, and that all goes back to, again, how we dealing with the herb. What's our outlook on herb subconsciously in general? Do we still subconsciously feel like herb is something bad? You know, uh, what kind of herb we smoking? Who we got it from? Again, like how we interface with it as we rolling it up and indulge, and connect with it. You know, lucid dreaming and astral projection. Astral projection, apophyllite, apophyllite and tektite, and also covalite. Matter of fact, because I'm wearing covalite and tektite, I would say those two, and which they'll be great for lucid dreaming as well, actually too. But again, I like apophyllite more so for the astral projection aspect. But for dreams, prayer night is a great lucid dreaming. Also, iolite is another good one. Iolite and prayer night. Uh, Herkimer diamond is another good one. I'm trying to think of some that may not be too rare, because a Herkimer may be rare in certain cases, depending on where you at in the world. I mean, you can always, again, we always got access to order and stuff, but yeah, I would say those, but definitely that prayer night for sure. Amethyst good for the dream recall, like for recalling the dream. But oh, got a omens. Being balanced. I'm being balanced right now. I'm grateful. A frog balance in between that earth energy and that water energy. Taking big leaps and bounds. That's another thing too. A lot of time taking big leaps and bounds is not about actually taking the action of doing something. Like the action may actually be sitting your ass down. Cause like I think about with me being at my sister crib, in this little transition, and realizing like a lot of my what I was supposed to do, what was really helping me to, you know, get out of here is by being comfortable and at peace with being here, in a little paradoxical, manner, and at the same time, again, focusing on, what, the things that I want to align with, at the same time, focus on aligning with those things, and at the same time accepting my now moment, accepting what is, compared to, like, oh, you know, let me try to go somewhere else today, or let me go try to make this happen, let me go try to take this action. When the action is really, again, like sitting there in the inner work, like, or taking the action of, like, well, sitting with myself, asking myself, well, why am I here? You know, what are my trigger moments while I'm up in here? Like, what moments trigger me, you know, in the interaction with, family members, and, like, in doing that, like, that'd be the big time actions. Shit. Just participating in any physical activity, you know. Again, and this goes back to, again, having knowledge of our chakras and how they work. Because, again, just knowing the healthiness of chakras, just physical activity will help, you know, like, again, like, things to keep the root chakra balance. Look at the things to keep a root chakra balance, and in essence, that balance root chakra is also going to be dealing with being grounded. Yeah, that hematite, bro. Like, that hematite is like the most, like, only thing stronger than that is something that is stronger and heavier than that, and that's like galena. Vanada Vanadinite is heavy too, but galena has more lead in it. Because, again, lead is one of the heaviest, metals, in connection with Saturn, and it connects with that Saturn energy, being grounded, you know, being structured, being disciplined. And, again, it just goes back to doing what we feel. Because you might say, again, like, oh, I should read this book, or try to finish this book or whatever. Like, but if you don't feel like doing, like, if you feel like doing something else, or working on, doing something else, then do whatever else you feel like doing. You know what I'm saying? Like me, like, right now for myself, letting things come to me. I done kind of, connected and reached out to a few people, you know, on some things, and at the same time, I'm not, like, I'm calling them and talking to them as it come to me, as I feel, because even having to ask myself sometimes that question, am I, is it a procrastination from, like, what's going on, or is it just an energetic thing? Which procrastination is a terminology we use, but that's basically again, procrastination is the wisdom to not try to push through anything. So it's really like like, procrastination is a wise thing, actually, you know. But, again, anything could become harmful, if we're not, again, or, if it's out of balance, so to speak. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, shit. That's why I was saying, like, if maybe you could email it, bro. Cause, yeah, I don't think it would go through the direct message, and I don't even think it'll allow for me to say. Probably email probably be the only, I don't know, thing that could handle the size of it, maybe. But yeah, bro, shit. Look, no no worries. I'm look. The vibe of course, I would love to had a video, but it ain't no rush, bro. Everything is divine order, like we speaking on right now. Matter of fact, and working with agate is great for that, for just understanding the patience of things, and realize, like for one, we already won, we already winners. We just allowing for, again, for things to unfold and align more, just you know, peeling back layers of gunk, and allow for it to come with ease. Because manifestation really ain't manifestation to some extent, like in the sense of like just once we become clear about who what we came to do in this lifetime, who we are, what's our strengths and weaknesses, and just really got a deeper knowing of ourselves, shit just start opening up. Like this point blank period. Again, like I said earlier, why the moon is in connection with the symbology of magic, and the moon is connected to the subconscious as well as imagination and intuition and emotions. You know what I'm saying? Knowing how to read our waters. And check out a video. I think it may be called Universal Frequencies and Satellite, or it may even be Universal Frequencies and Sodium. But I speak on sodium and satellite, but I also bring up a aspect dealing with the Aquarius energy, and also like the as above, so below aspect of like you know of the energetic connection. I think with water and sodium, and again like how soda light, you know, it's called soda light because it's made mostly out of sodium, you know, and sodium, again, it's all science. So if somebody wanted to, like, you wouldn't be able to deny it from a spiritual or a scientific level. In essence, with a lot of this, seeing the, again, like the symbolical spiritual aspect of it, like, well, again, satellite is good for balancing emotions, and what it's made out of, it has sodium in it. What sodium does in the body, it helps to balance out the water, stabilize the waters, you know which is a representation of our emotions, amongst other things. But see, I'm about to soon have to use the bathroom on y'all. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna play the jam one more time before we go, man. I appreciate y'all listening to an old country boy like himself. Let's see. Back up, back up. Yeah. Y'all give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back after these messages. Oh, excuse me, Zoe. Excuse me, Zoe. y'all patience. Yeah, on this little track right quick. Matter of fact, let's see. Spell those last two you mentioned, please. Oh shit, I don't know what what crystals. Straight Panther, what's up? What's up, bro? He said talk more about procrastination. I mean, it's just simple. You know, again, there's that aspect of again, it's the awareness. Like, reason why we be holding back because we're not energetically, you know, ready for whatever situation it may be. Like, in the sense of like, you know, say for instance, write a book. You want to write a book, but you procrastinate. And because energetically you're not lined up with it, you know, in that moment. You know what I'm saying? Like, until, you know, and again, it's some, most likely, again, some work that could be done in other areas that will clear us up to, you know, allow for us to be clear to where we wouldn't want to procrastinate, you know. That's why it all goes back to the, you know, to the inner work. But yeah, it's just again like the inner vibe of just letting us know, like, you know, not, you know, energetically you're not lined up. Because hence, like, again, if I'm talking about like procrastinating in the sense of like calling somebody, you know, that must mean, you know, I'm dealing with uh some social energies or some communication things or something, you know what I'm saying, like, that I need to become more aware of. And of course, it's something as simple as, because again, it's something as simple as taking action towards it, like, hey, just picking up the phone and calling somebody, you know what I'm saying? But again, it points to something deeper, that once you really get at that deeper aspect, you'll just free it all up. Yeah. Yeah, this has been, again, just talking about, again, your of course you could rewatch, but just talking about, again, the just simple aspect of everybody realizing, you know, it's about, you know, again, it's not no one thing, because again, breaking out all the different aspects, but emotional intelligence, or just the aspect of paying attention to what makes us feel good. Like, what makes us feel good is a compass for what, you know, that also points us towards our soul purpose too. You know, again, what we're innately good at and what makes us feel the best. Like, think of the things that just makes you feel like again, like, cause that's what life should be. And think about that, like, life should be you always focused on things that make you feel, you know, the best you could feel. You know, again, we're moving out of this duality, you know, stage, looking at things. And also procrastination in some areas too, I feel like it'd be a sign of like trying to do too much. Also, like, it's most likely something too that you may be trying to push yourself to do that it ain't the moment for, you know, that's it's something that you know you're gonna do, and but again, it may be the moment for you to focus on some other type of work that you got in front of you. You know what I'm saying? I say work, but some other situation in front of you. But you're trying to push through on this other aspect. That's just saying like I said, oh dear, I see why I was called. Yeah, just is saying, you know how that works. Like if you caught the vibe to come to this video, it's for a reason. It's definitely for a reason. But again, like I'm towards the end, I went through all the bullet points. I brought up and consciousness. That was a good little aspect I brought up about balance from the sense of expansion instead of moderation. You know, yeah. See any more questions? About psychics. Galena. Oh, Vanada Night. V-A-N. V-A-N. Wait. Yeah. VANADANITE. If I'm not mistaken, Vanada Night. Yeah. And it may be spelled a little wrong, but the the computer's gonna help you get that together. Shout out to the artificial intelligence for being a tool in this little realm. Because I realized too that was also kind of getting into a illusion in the sense of like, oh, us against the machines. Like again, any type of vibration of us against something else. You know what I'm saying? Especially us against something outside of us. Like I bring up, these different governmental aspects and things of this nature for practical reasons. In the sense of like, this is a part of the human experience that we cannot ignore. And we are in human bodysuits having this experience. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I do my best to almost again service things from the root to the crown in essence. Like I'll be like, haha, bitch, this, and I say like I be, I'm not one of those people that curse for every little thing, but like, but like going through expressing things from again might talk about some ratchet shit or something that happened on a human level. Again, I tell a story of something I went through, and also tap into the aspect of again like how you brought up the bald spot, and like the bald spot again on a human level, because I always I used to clown about that, and maybe in some of my videos I spoke on it. I clown about when people ask me about certain things. I'm like, do you want the human answer, or do you want the bigger, deeper? You want the microcosmic answer, or do you want the macrocosmic answer? All that. Hey Rusty, hey, I'm doing a video, Rusty, and you straight disrespecting, bro. I know you a dog, but you like straight disrespecting. He actually got quiet. Well, Shane seen that, huh? That fool heard me, I'm telling you. Fool was like, bro, I am just fucking barking for nothing. Like, I'm like, there's being a dog and then there's like being extra, and he knew he was being extra just now. That's why I called him out on it. I'm like, bro, you just extra. Vibe off of the little track and we're gonna be out, man. Matter of fact, dang, I wish you know what, just go off of what I got. I'm definitely about to roll up before I go. Yeah, resting. And that's another thing I brought up earlier too, though. Some rushing through the human level stuff. The aspect of like having to wear masks to go into certain businesses. Like it's like, oh, no mask, no business, and just us having that awareness to, because I think sometimes again, and that be that energy inside of us where sometimes we forget the change that we really been asking for, and it takes some of these human level things of, again we're not like out here on some like old picket fence, picket sign, boycotting vibes, but just in the sense of like, we don't want to, patronize. Just rather patronize people who, what I'm saying, who just have a better awareness of things, what I'm saying, and invest in that, because I'd rather invest and give money to somebody who know that they don't have to make me wear no mask to go in their business, because then they aware of what's really going on. So I want their business to prosper, and I ain't knocking nobody else. Again, I love for all businesses to prosper, in the sense of like everybody, what I'm saying, like I ain't got no hate on the abundance for no. It's all here for all of us, That's the name of the game, But again, on some, I would rather focus my energy in areas, Because again, I put that on my IG, my little Chipotle rant that I had. IG live. Like after podcast party going down on Instagram. Bring the drinks. Yeah, parables are like, again, analogies help for people to just understand things better, you know. Like, because we may not be able to receive it, you know, if you don't know shit about, you know, again, how the body works, or somebody could break it down on some, like, all right, well, picture your you know how a river works. So your vein is like a river, and your this is like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that helps us to kind of grasp certain concepts uh, that may be difficult to grasp if expressed otherwise. If expressed otherwise, it would be very difficult. I'm just rolling up first if I play a song. Right. Said Titus. No, I'm in Louisiana right now. Get my little inner healing going on. I've been back and forth from here to LA. Like last since about 2017. Again, lately the last I've been back and forth. Came to Louisiana, went back, and then came back to Louisiana. That's another thing too. And that's what I've been working on too, like the aspect of getting deeper into indecisiveness, you know, and where indecisiveness stems from. You know, and that got a lot to do with programming of wrong and right as well, because a lot of our decisions be off of like what we feel, but then what we was told was right or wrong. You know, those the energies beefing. Like I feel I should just fucking not do nothing today. Energetically, it's best for me to not do nothing for the next 5 days. But society says I'm being a lazy fuck if I do this. So I'm scared to sit back for 5 days. Or because you may hear somebody else on their spiritual growth who may be like, you know, on a you know, a different level they grow of like with their entrepreneurship, like, oh yeah, man, you know, it's about the doing this and making it happen, this and that. But then you also may listen to that and feel like bummy, or you know, it's like, man. what you feel. Because, again, and trusting that, again, like those moments you're being led to something that's for your highest good. And trust me, as I'm saying it, that we all done been there where as much as we know it, it's possible. Again, we've been always taught to not be aware of this. So it takes a, habitual nature of always being aware of this, feeling that new connection with this way of being, so to speak. Tomorrow is Moon Day. Monday, Moon Day. That's also a good way to focus in on different things on different days. Go by the days of the week. Work with different energies. Again, like the archetypical energies of different planets on different days. Rolled up, ready. Kind of moved back from doing the little the videos on the like again the full moon and this, the full moon and that. Only way I would do it, or I would do a video and it may be in connection with that energy, but I'm I'd rather not talk about it from that extent of because I feel like it does give off the vibe that, which again I gotta be aware of that too, to not care in that sense, but like giving off the vibe of like I'm deep into astrology on that level. So it's me and my brethren, it's my brethren Jordan, Jazz Bandito. Again, you can check him out on Instagram, Jazz Bandito, JAZZBANDITO. And then also, again, that same name, also on Instagram, you can find also on YouTube. He has some of his video and some of his work on YouTube, and if you have YouTube Music, you could also get to some of his tracks through that as well. And again, follow him on Instagram for his links to his music through. I think he got iTunes and everything set up as well. So. But he snapped on this thing.
Thanks, Nar. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. If you just open your mind, look all these words we can find. We'll be divine over time. Okay, if you just open your mind, look all these words we can find. We'll be divine over time. Okay, wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. I said I wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. Okay, consider this energy synonymous with divinity. Problems keep coming and going infinity. Come let us grow to some synergy. Come on, let's go for a ride. I promise you ain't been this high. This is a peak you can't climb. All of the dreams on my mind, acquired them all over time. We pray for nickels and dimes. Now I got halves by the pound. I became whole over time. Lost off yourself in your mind. Like, damn, hold on, now wait. Damn, all of these days we've been holding on to the weight. Like, damn, hold on, wait. Okay, look. remember when I was in last and they never mind, but bitch, it's too bad, cause I'm in my bag, yo, hold my line, so now I'm at, go ass in behind, hold on my draws, it ain't bragging, I ain't lying, am I on a high horse, heaven knows, Lord knows that I know I never motherfucking mind, plus how in the hell they fell off from behind, you too caught up in a space where there's not enough grace over time, you do the math, add up them bags, be sure to subtract, all the bullshitting from facts, so you can see with whom you equally match, as a matter of fact, although we just matter in mass, I know in the back of my mind, I'm blessed to be fielding these questions from those that's been seeking the answers, that's doubting these prophets, that's preaching for profit and spewing false knowledge like it's not a problem and they shouldn't stop it, was factually true. Man, come on, stop. If you just open your mind, look all these worlds we could find, move you divine over time. Okay, if you just open your mind, look all these worlds we could find, move you divine over time. Okay, wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. I said I wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. Okay.
Life is what you make it. Sometimes you gotta sit and strip the subconscious naked. Like I love manifesting, but can I get out this matrix? Seems complicated, but it's really simple and basic. Get inside the now moment like a searching seizure. Now is the vibrate. I say, I imagination, create my destination. Main occupation is mastering transformation. Thinking source for the skills that was latent. Don't be overthinking as the portal shrinking. Big booty with her eye winking. Tootie taught me the facts of life. Vesica Pisces, sacred geometries. Bounce music, booty bouncing. Indigenous vibe and hood life creating spiritual synergy. We design our own destiny. Jazz B, I trust that they hearing me. That's why you only need one eye to see. Like 2001 Space Odyssey. Like my name was Stanley Kubrick, filming my own movie, infinitely moving.
If you just open your mind, look all these worlds we could find, move you divine over time. Okay, if you just open your mind, look all these worlds we could find, move you divine over time. Okay, wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. I said I wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. Okay.
Speaking of minds, worlds, and divine over time, I am grateful for the growth of my universal shine. And how motivate help me expand my universal mind. Oh, my kundalini rising up my spine. The energy is inside of me, and I'm the creator. No one else to blame. And I accept full accountability for everything I do. For now, it's all in my name. It's right now. Now is the vibrate.
Yeah, that's that track me and the brethren Jazz just did. Matter of fact, again, that was him first verse and on the hook, and then that was me on the second verse, and then me talking at the end. But yeah, brethren snapped on that. Look, this when I say fresh, like just we just did this in the yo, and I do have my SoundCloud, but I like using that word, but that's all, you know what I'm saying? That's all aligned. who that was. Somebody said, bring it back, selector. I can run it back if y'all want. Matter of fact, how did, like, because I know I'm playing it off of my tablet into, like, how did y'all hear it? Claire, did y'all hear the actual words that were being said? Did you hear the beat, the words? How was the quality? And again, I always remember y'all vibing with the, y'all hit the like, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. You know, you could share videos. You know, share videos with others. Matter of fact, speaking of doing music, shout out to my brethren, Levi Says. He did a track where he used my he sampled my voice off a video. You know, again, that's, and but shout out to him for making sure he gave me he put me in the credits. But so gotta also make sure we taking care of ourselves. Shout out to A. Rashid. Sock it to my pocket. Sock it to my pocket. Shout out to the brethren, man. But everything is greatly appreciated. All right, one more time. We'll do a rewind. My brother snapped on that thing though, bro. Like, and what was fire? Like, we created like a, again, like he was like the fast pace, and I was like, you know, 'cause that's another thing too, and that's in life. Again, like being our unique self. And I did have like, again, like kind of like it been a while since I've been in the boots. I did have like that little nerve vibe at first, but I knew I was gonna deliver it with that almost like talking type of vibe, you know. Like I knew that was gonna be the approach to it, but like it's like he snapped, and you know I come with the, you know, the slower flow, but and then the end he was like, you know, would put like a little speech, and and what's funny, I always laugh when I hear it, because the first thing he said, bro, like a Obama or something like that, and I almost went to talking just like Obama. But it's,
Thanks, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. If you just open your mind, look all these words we could find. We'll be divine over time.
that's jazz, man.
Okay,
Definitely check
if
out
you
my
just
brethren
open your
jazz.
mind, look all these words we could find. We'll be divine over time. Okay, wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. I said I wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. Okay, consider this energy synonymous with divinity. Problems keep coming and going infinity. Come let us grow to some synergy. Come on, let's go for a ride. I promise you ain't been this high. This is a peak you can't climb. All of the dreams on my mind, acquired them all over time. We pray for nickels and dimes. Now I got halves by the pound. I became whole over time. Love's off yourself in your mind. Like, damn, hold on, now wait. Damn, all of these days we've been holding on to the weight. Like, damn, hold on, wait. Okay, look, remember when I was in last and they never mind, but bitch, it's too bad, cause I'm in my bag. Yo, hold my lines, so now I'm at go ass in behind. Hold on my draws, it ain't bragging, I ain't lying. Am I on a high horse? Heaven knows, Lord knows that I know I never motherfucking mind. Plus, how in the hell they fell off from behind? You too caught up in a space where there's not enough grace over time. You do the math, add up them bags, be sure to subtract all the bullshitting from facts, so you can see with whom you equally match. As a matter of fact, although we just matter in mass, I know in the back of my mind I'm blessed to be fielding these questions from those that's been seeking the answers, that's doubting these prophets, that's preaching for profit and spewing false knowledge like it's not a problem and they shouldn't stop it. Was factually truth. Man, come on, stop it. If you just open your mind, look all these worlds we could find, we'll be divine over time. Okay, if you just open your mind, look all these worlds we could find, we'll be divine over time. Okay, wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. Wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. Okay.
Life is what you make it. Sometimes you gotta sit and strip the subconscious naked. Like I love manifesting, but can I get out this matrix? Seems complicated, but it's really simple and basic. Get inside the now moment like a search and seizure. Now is the vibrate. I say, imagination create my destination. Main occupation is mastering transformation. Thinking source for the skills that was latent. Don't be overthinking as the portal shrinking. Big booty with her eye winking. Tootie taught me the facts of life. Vesica Pisces, sacred geometries. Bounce music, booty bouncing. Indigenous vibe and hood life creating spiritual synergy. We design our own destiny. Jazz B, I trust that they hearing me. That's why you only need one eye to see. Like 2001 Space Odyssey. Like my name was Stanley Kubrick, filming my own movie, infinitely moving.
If you just open your mind, look all these worlds we could find, we'll be divine over time. Okay, if you just open your mind, look all these worlds we could find, we'll be divine over time. Okay, wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. I said I wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. Okay.
Speaking of minds, worlds, and divine over time, I am grateful for the growth of my universal shine. And how motivate help me expand my universal mind. Oh, my kundalini rising up my spine. The energy is inside of me, and I'm the creator. No one else to blame. And I accept full accountability for everything I do. For now, it's all in my name. It's right now. Now is the vibrate.
And then the lights go out. Hey. That's fire. That's like the universe allowed for me to do like a little show. I was like, alright, lights out. Again, like on a human level, we could say that somebody inside the house might have turned the lights off, but on another level, yeah. Dewey, shit, I haven't. Well, I mean, I've recorded here or there, but again, that's kind of like considered just me, fooling around with the homies in the sense of, but more so with me, I was more so a freestyle person. Like I wasn't real good at writing. like I would take long to write because I would overanalyze everything, you know, like and so for like whenever we have studio sessions, it was more like me freestyle. Matter of fact, if you go to so on this channel, like if you go look at my videos and then you could most likely press sort by, like, you know, SORT by, meaning you could sort them, and then it'll show you could sort them from the oldest video on down, and do that, and go look at my oldest videos, like my first videos on my on this YouTube channel, and how long ago those dates on there was, and that was just, again, like everything was just always just freestyling fresh out the dome. I never had anything written, so you know, anything that I freestyle wasn't like, you know, me throwing in something that I kind of like sat there and wrote but just never did. Like, it just, you know, and not knocking nobody, you know what I'm saying, because we all got a different way of, you know, but, yeah, definitely. And again, my brethren Jazz Bandito, JAZZBANDITO, Jazz Bandito. But and two, I've been trying to rap since I was a little kid too, though. You know, like it always, you know. And again, being from Louisiana, but in Opelousas, where we from, we like almost like we're in the lower part and we're like in the central part, and we're kind of we're connected with Baton Rouge and New Orleans, but we're also connected with the Houston scene heavy. You know what I'm saying? So we grew up off of DJ Screw and music, where, you know, boys would just be freestyling out the blue. You know, like after coming from the club or doing whatever. You know what I'm saying? They go to Screw House and go do a screw tape. You know, freestyling. No coincidence, it's called, you know, flowing, you know, that divine feminine, because again, it's like, in essence too, not a lot of, you know, I mean, I say you're not using your logic, but again, it's like a flow, like what's coming to you in the moment. Yeah, I didn't know I was getting on that track, like, but on, I started to realize I was probably gonna be a part of it when I realized the lyrics, when I realized the hook. But and shout out to the brethren too for, you know, also put me on a little vibe of being in the moment, where it was like a little exercise with him and the producer. Shout out to Nora, the producer, where like each one of them got like 15 minutes to do what they do. So he had 15 minutes to just make a beat from scratch, and then he had like 15 minutes to do his verse, you know. And then again, it was on me, and I was preparing to do something else that I had, you know, but I was like, all right, you know, I'll jump in this. Now, and also now, be aware that my old, I just thought about that. Be aware of my old music, you know. I was starting to become somewhat aware of like these things. I might have heard the word third eye more than once. You know, stuff like that. I always knew, again, like it was more to this existence, and you know, I knew in some way, form, or fashion, I was feeling energy or picking up on other people's energy in some way, form, or fashion. But like still in those moments, I was still drinking, still possibly snorting coke probably. And, nah, I did. I don't know if it's still up there. Should be up there where I got a freestyle where I was on shrooms. Or I tried to, but it just had my how I say my logic was like. But yeah. I'm working on that, Mr. Dewey, to become just somebody who could just all the time, which I know I could possibly put anything together, but I guess I am being lazy. Because it was funny as Tiffany Woods bring up, because I was just about to I'm about to go, but I don't know, might make this the first ever freestyle. Let's see. Oh, but I don't know if I got any beats. Any beats that won't be copyrighted or flagged. Another time. Do it like, hey, can we hear freestyle? Yeah, on that end, I know it's still, cause we what, like, we 2 hours, quote unquote, ahead. Yeah. Remember in the little pop culture stuff like that, some people in the know, some people not. You know what I'm saying? Gonna be seeing the promotion of oh so and so got the COVID, or it might be a certain rapper, basketball player, this and that. Matter of fact, I say Fred the Godson transition with clarity. You know, 'cause again, seem like you dealing with breathing problems. I think I remember saying that in the verse about having asthma or something like that. But again, it's not about no food being particular to that to extreme, but again, definitely realizing, man, we want to, again, whatever works for you in the sense of eating whatever brings you good health, you know. Let's just say that. Whatever helps to keep you out of a hospital, keep you from coughing and sniffling and all that, you know. Because, like, again, as much as we, like, having fun, doing our thing, we also got to keep awareness to have our head, on the swivel and be aware, in all places, multi-dimensional beings. It's not just the higher dimensions. Uh, Man, like these days, my rap done change up as far as like what I listen to. Like I always look to check out like local stuff. Shout out to the brethren. Again, thinking about the song with Jazz, the brethren Bombay Gino, the brethren DQ Rogers, the brethren my brethren Drexel. I'm thinking about his Instagram name. Uh, a few peeps back in OP as well, back in Opelousas, wherever, But honestly though, I've been listening to a lot of jazz lately. I've been listening to a lot of Sunrise. I mean, I'm usually listening to Miles Davis, but cause I know, and both of them got a pretty deep catalog, so I kind of just be, and also looking to check out new music, to not, like, cause I realize how that is too. I'm like, I do want to, hear new things, you know, like I want to, hear some other artists that, yeah, like I heard of Roy Hayes. I don't know. I have to check out Bobby Hutchinson. The light bringer. Yeah, Sunrise though is the Sunrise got some fire. also, don't forget about Gil Scott Heron. Check out his music, definitely. I definitely, Gil Scott Heron. Uh, Gil, and then Scott Scott, then Heron Heron. But his, because it was more so like again, he was almost like a Tupac before Tupac in essence, to some extent, in the sense of how straightforward and, how can I say, what's the word? Let me find a big word for this, a nice word. Politically intelligent, his, just, again, like lyrics and everything, just, because matter of fact, his music wasn't so much about his voice or whatever, in which it was though in a paradoxical way, because he wasn't like no singer, like the best singer in that sense, but him, him, him not being a singer like that, like having that, like your uncle, kind of just harmonize and got a little something with him, but yeah, it's like that type of vibe, but it works, you know, with what he do, but definitely check out. Oh yeah. Yeah. I may have talked about it in one of my videos about my acid trip where I talked to Miles Davis. But Miles Davis, because matter of fact, I think I had to do a video on that because I think I did a video about the album. Yeah, I know I did. Had to, because I know I brought up that album Aura. It was an album called Aura, just like it's spelled Aura, by Miles Davis, and you know, and two, I got appreciation. Like some people don't appreciate like when Miles stepped out again, like what you know, and also Sun Ra too. In that sense, like it kind of step out of conventional or more so though jazz. In that sense, was like that, you know, that unconventional vibe, but Miles took it even more. He pushed down below. But yeah, that definitely that was a cool little trip. It's definitely it's definitely a good. This video got some vibes, some nice vibes in there. I just had like a little playback of some of the things we talked about. Again, like healing the inner child or that key touched on and consciousness. What else? Misplaced the little sheets. Yeah, I'm out, child. Peace, peace. You already know. Happy now. Now is the vibrate. Not too far in the future. Not too far in the past.